All right, Lord in heaven, man. Finally here. Finally here. Been in a meeting with the programmer. There was like a bug, and I don't know where it came from. Because the last iteration, it was fine. The newest one he gave me, there's a bug in it. Not sure why, but so we were trying to go through it and figure out, hey, why is there a bug? Go through these settings, go through that setting, how to use a different controller to make sure maybe it's the controller, maybe it's right because my Unreal Engine was outdated, so I had to update Unreal Engine. Now I was like, okay, let's use PS4 controller. I had to go get my PS4 controller. Yeah, it was still haven't figured it out. Still don't know what it is. But he's gonna give me another version of the game. Hopefully that works. Now that I'm playing it, I think I may add a walk. I know I said there was no reason for me to do a walk. But now I'm kind of like, I kind of want to do a walk to run. Because right now it's only a run. Kind of like Zinlin Zone Zero. But now I'm like, maybe I want to do that walk. Maybe I like that walk to run. But then that creates, a different state. It could be done. It could be done on the back end. Nothing too crazy. Anyways. Wasabi, everybody. What's going on, bruh? I think I gotta become less angry. Oof. That Red Bull. A Red Bull gives you wings. Gotta become less angry with the stupid people, bro. I suspected Tariq was MAGA when he kept implying Dems and Republicans were the same thing. To be honest with you, I said that for a while when it came to like, they're part of the same coin. Because I that's why I have no sympathy for other men who want to say they pro-black, they all this, and yet they're fucking politically retarded. They're politically ignorant. Like for me, it's different. Because I wasn't raised Democrat, raised conservative, and I witnessed as far as how Republicans and conservatives completely flipped the script, right? But I learned that through trying to find the truth. That's the difference. I went to go find the truth. The problem is that all these other Negroes aren't doing that. They don't even care about the truth. They're just listening to headlines and stuff. And here's the thing. You could argue that I had no vested interest in seeking the truth. You could even argue that because I was, right, my audience was extremely hardcore right. I didn't have a problem with it because I was hardcore right. So there wasn't any, any obligation or anything to say anything but what I felt, what I was exposed to, what I was listening to. And obviously my audience liked that. But what I don't understand, how are you going to be stupid and not be paid to be stupid? That doesn't make any sense to me. How are you going to be a black man talking about, you know what? I listened to the DNC and you know what? That speech really changed my mind. What? You mean a speech at the DNC changed your mind on who you're going to vote for in a presidential election? You're a fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. As simple as that. Tariq isn't trying to find the truth. He's narrating the scene. A lot of these mofos who are pro-black. It's exactly what a defiant lawyer said. We have a lot of fucking grifters and fucking idiots. And unfortunately, because many black people, not all, but many of us are politically fucking retarded. It's easy for them to, to amass an audience. It's easy. Bruh, have you all seen this last one? I guarantee if they do a search on this guy, man, it'd be great if somehow they find a way to charge Tariq with this stupid shit. Because that would be very interesting. You know how they charging like parents for, leaving their gun out and, killing somebody? Have you all heard about this story? Because I couldn't believe it myself. I was like, what? How am I? I'm still alive, bro. I'm just slowly just pulling away from I don't know, ignoramuses. That's the only way to say it. Because I find myself getting so upset at people saying stupid shit, but then I go back to, I'm like, what this mofo says doesn't impact me, right? Everyone else can be saying all the stupid shit that they want. That doesn't really impact my life. But then it gets to the point where, okay, that's selfish, Lucas. Just because it doesn't impact your life, he's also leading other people, astray. So I don't know, it's a toss-up, man. It's really a toss-up. 289, what's the disagreement?
Hey, what's up, Lucas?
What's up?
Speaking of Tariq, he's teaming up with DJ Vlad, right?
What do you mean teaming up with DJ Vlad?
Lately on the internet, I've seen pictures of and some videos of black folks saying that Tariq is teaming up with DJ Vlad on something. I don't know too much detail on it, but I'm just giving you the surface level. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say on that, but I appreciate the call. I mean, until something actually comes out of the rumors, I mean, you can speak on rumors, but I don't get it. This shit, bro. New York Park Department worker charged with killing migrant allegedly went on a shocking anti-immigration tirade. This is our country. Do you understand how fucking stupid you have to be? As a black man, honestly. As a black man. You want to tell me this Negro doesn't have hashtag FBA in his fucking in his Twitter bio? I'm very curious to see what his internet history is. This man, this is honestly something that I would call bullshit, right? If I saw this on my timeline, I'd be like, this is bullshit, bro. They try to do some bullshit Jussie Smollett nonsense with this. This is precisely what I'm talking about. These goofies, this Negro's, as far as I'm concerned, his whole lineage should be divorced from this planet. His whole lineage should be divorced from this planet. You wanna know what makes this even more fucking problematic? Is that you have people under the comment section saying that he's a hero. He's a hero. He's an American patriot. And I'm like, what? What? Can you imagine as a black man killing an illegal immigrant and then saying this is our country? Who is our, sir? Who is our? What are you talking about? I think a lot of us have this post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's really where that stems from. That post-traumatic slave syndrome is fucking crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Accused of gunning down a Venezuelan migrant in a Brooklyn green space, went off on a shocking tirade after his arrest. And he claimed he was merely taking a piss when the shots rang out. New court papers revealed. Seasonal worker Elijah Mitchell, 23, allegedly spewed an anti-migrant rant to detectives following his arrest for the July 21st shooting of Arturo Jose Rodriguez Marcano, who was camping out with other asylum seekers at the Steuben playground near a pair of troubled shelters in Clinton Hill. I don't have time to let a migrant fuck up what I got going on in my life. What? Mitchell told cops, according to documents filed, as he was indicted for murder as a hate crime. Bro, you got indicted for murder as a hate crime? That's crazy. What? Like, how did migrants fuck up what's going on? The government let them come in here and they get $1,500 a month. They get free money a month. He continued, you work for your money, right? Y'all were born here. This is y'all country. This is our country. Oh my God. This is what happens when you're politically fucking retarded. It's as simple as that. This is what happens when you're Black men, is this what you want? Now, what do you think probably fucked up his life more? The migrant or catching a fucking body? Which do you think probably fucked up his life a little bit more? The migrant or him catching a body? Are you like, and this is what happens when you're politically fucking retarded. Do you understand? When you listen to people like Tariq, or when you listen to people like Philip Scott and some of the stupid shit that they say, not all of it, but some of the stupid shit that they're saying this election, it leads you to doing shit like this. Because if you feel that you're powerless and you're under the white supremacy and there's nothing you can do, this is what happens. You end up killing somebody who has nothing to do with anything and then talk about this is our country. They get $1,500 a month. Do you know why they get $1,500 a month? Have you tried looking into who allowed them to get $1,500 a month? Maybe your governor, maybe your mayor. I don't know. Have you tried doing that? Have you tried going to meetings that they have in your area, in your district? Have you tried doing that? Have you tried having a meeting with your representative? Huh? No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. This is what I don't want to happen. Because this is some January 6th shit, just so we're clear. This is some January 6th shit. When was the last time you heard a black person? This is what I'm talking about. I think Tariq and many of them should be banned this year. I genuinely believe that. Because they are doing a mass harm to black people. You tell me when the fucking history of this country has a black man fucking killed a migrant talking about this is our country. What? You tell me. In the history, I have never come across a story in my fucking life of this happening. In my whole fucking life. It's a lot of this stupid fucking FBA versus ADOS versus the African. A lot of this stupid shit. And a lot of these accounts are not even black-owned accounts. A lot of these accounts are white people and Latinos. That's what a lot of these accounts are. And they're playing your fucking dumb black ass self against them. That's what you have to understand. If fucking white people can use stupid motherfucking FBAs and all that to do their dirty work, bro, what are you talking about? That's what they've been doing. I've never in my life heard or ever think of a black man attacking a migrant, some Venezuelan fucking migrant asylum seeker, whatever fuck, killing him and then saying this is our country. Talking to police saying, hey, they giving them $1,500 a month. You work for your money. Okay, this is our country. That lets me know that this man's brain has been brainwashed. And this nigga's 23. He looked like he about 40. How are you 23 looking 40? Mitchell of Corona, Queens allegedly started yelling and ripping off tarps before he confronted by Rodriguez Marzano, 30, leading to an altercation, police have said. He then went to his truck and came back, lifting his shirt and showing a gun tucked in his waistband to intimidate his victim, prosecutors said at his arraignment. Mitchell allegedly denied owning a gun more than 20 times in his statement to police and claimed that the migrants in the park, some Spanish and African, got belligerent when one worker asked them to move their clothes from the area. What caused me to leave was that they were being aggressive, Mitchell allegedly said about the July 18th run-in. before claiming that the migrants started grabbing weapons and shit before they chased him down. 3 nights later, prosecutors allege Mitchell came back to the park when he wasn't working to shoot Rodriguez Marxano once in the chest. But Mitchell claimed he had stopped by the park after a barbecue when he heard a pop. You niggas are so stupid you can't even lie correctly. It's a public park. I had to piss. I just came from the barbecue. I took a leak, Mitchell allegedly told detectives, adding he ran from the park when he heard the shot. When I got out of there and I looked on Citizen app, right, it popped up that people had got shot in front of the fucking shelter, he claimed. Rodriguez Marxano died nearly 30 minutes after being rushed to Brooklyn Methodist Hospital, cops said. Mitchell was arrested July 30th and suspended from Park's apartment. He pleaded not guilty at his arraignment Wednesday to charges including second-degree murder as a hate crime, second-degree murder, and criminal possession of a weapon. Brooklyn Supreme Court Justice Danny Chun held Mitchell on $350K cash bail. He is due back in court on October 23rd. This defendant allegedly came to the location where the victim was staying, armed with a gun to settle a score, Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez said in a statement. This premeditated and cold-blooded homicide is outrageous on many levels, not least because alleged motive was hatred towards new arrivals to our city. An attorney for Mitchell did not return an email Wednesday. Bruh, if this is accurate, I just find that very random. That of all the parks, you come to that park after a barbecue to take a leak. This man is fucking cooked. This man is fucking cooked. Premeditated murder? On top of fucking a hate crime? Man is fucking cooked. And then gun possession? You're fucking cooked, bro. His story doesn't even make any sense. Story doesn't even make any sense, to be honest with you. So you went to that park to take a leak because you had to piss after a barbecue? Why didn't you just piss at the barbecue? He's cooked. He's fried. For what? For what? He threw his life away for a migrant. Who's the stupid one here? Who's the stupid one here? He threw his life away for a migrant. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Man is 23 years old. And he was talking to police when they arrested him. The government let them come in here and they get $1,500 a month. They get free money. Sir, one thing anyone who knows anything is that you shut the fuck up when police come. You don't say shit. You don't say not a motherfucking word. You get an attorney and let your attorney talk. Because anything you say can and what will be held against you in a court of law. They're going to cook him just off of these statements right here for a hate crime. He's cooked right off of these statements right here. Even if they don't get him with the hate crime. Let's say he had a gun. Let's say they don't give him with murder, that he just had a gun. Bro, he's fucked. God forbid he has a prior criminal record. If he has a prior criminal record, he's cooked, bro. Night, night. Game over. Never in my life did I think a Negro would be going to jail for killing a migrant talking about this is our country. Never in my life. Albert Choi says, I'm not going to lie, I'm politically stupid just a bit, but I'm learning as I go, and doing some fact checking along the way. That's all we need. That's all we really need. If Negroes knew the same amount about politics and what's going on in the country as they did about the NBA and NFL, bro, we would have Wakanda, if we're going to be honest. I genuinely believe that. We would have Wakanda. Now, do I know everything? Hell fucking no, I don't know everything. Hell no. Frederick says, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Yes, Voltaire. Quote that I say all the time. I don't know what to tell you. This is what happens when you become politically fucking retarded. Right? Instead of fucking going to kill a migrant, why not get the people who are allowing them to come into New York or to come into your area? Why not vote the people who are allowing them to have 1,500 out of office? Why not do that? This is why I'm saying being politically retarded, we are going to become extinct. We're going to become extinct. If we do not become politically literate, we're going to become extinct. Because what's going to happen, I'm telling you what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Negroes are going to be upset. Rah, 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 rah. They're going to feel like they're put in a corner. Right? They're going to feel like they're being put in a corner. All these fucking hustlers and grifters are telling them, hey, white supremacy going to kill you. White supremacy going to do white supremacy. As these white supremacist propagandists are living in $1 million homes, right? Driving around in $1 million cars, okay? And taking everybody's money. But they telling you how much white supremacy is tackling you. So now you feel that you have no out. You have no out. This is very much a mirror of what's happening with white communities. This is very much a mirror of what's happening with them. I showed you that video in the UK where they were beating up that black guy. Just a random fucking black guy in the UK. When you get put in a corner and you feel like you have no power, you attack. It's flight or fight. That's what happens. And let me just say, if you believe you live in a system of white supremacy and your idea is to fight a protected group of people who they like more than you, just so we're clear, everyone prefers, for the most part, many of these migrants to black Americans. So you can be upset at the Africans, you can be upset at the Venezuelans, but many people like them more than us. That's why, because they're using them for free labor. Now, they may not want them around them, right? Like, yeah, I like to use you for free labor, cut my grass, watch my children, build my house. But go back into your neighborhood. Go back to wherever the fuck you go. Don't stay in my neighborhood. You can work in this neighborhood, but go back to where the fuck you are. So one thing you have to understand, if you just look at the names, who's the prosecutor? Who's the prosecutor? Right? Who's the officer? They're not people who look like you. It just is what it is. So you have to take into account that you're going to be now in a even more hostile environment. And if you think that law enforcement was targeting you now, imagine when law enforcement is now immigrants. Now you have an officer who's a Venezuelan immigrant. And he can join the police force. Now what? As I said before, law enforcement doesn't look like you. The judge doesn't look like you. The prosecutor doesn't look like you. The DA doesn't look like you. Now what you gonna do? What you gonna do? It just is what it is. These migrants are haters. I don't give a fuck what they are. They're going to take your job. Eventually. Because you have to understand, they come in here with hunger, bro. Some of them absolutely are arrogant. But many of them who are already here, right? They're coming here. I don't know how, listen, no matter how low I've gotten in my life, I've never gotten to the point where I've been on a dirt road having to eat rats. Okay? I've never got to the point where I'm living in a mud hut and niggas is happy that there's you killed an eagle because we get to share it with the collective. I've never been there, bro. I've never been there. So if you think that these people are coming here and aren't going to do whatever the fuck they have to do to survive and eventually thrive, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. I can tell you right now, downtown LA, they already have, bro, I live downtown LA, and I'll go in areas and they would have just Hispanics, like the Rose District or whatever, I forgot what it's called. But they all lived next to each other, and they would all be working together. Hey, this person would be putting roses in the packages. This person would be handed over to put in the water, and they would all be working together. I've seen it, fam. You can't tell me. Like, I've seen it. And you'll have like 6 of them. Fool has like 4 kids in an apartment, and they all working. You're not going to compete with that. You're just not. You're not going to compete with that. And then they're getting into office because they're being represented, right? Once you become a minority as a demographic, why would any politician want the black vote? That's what you Negroes are missing. The black vote was important because it could win elections due to the demographics, due to the population. Once that population has been diluted due to immigration, legal or illegal, doesn't matter, then your vote is meaningless. Nobody gives a fuck anymore, right? No one cares. So all this talk about, well, I ain't gonna vote, and I'm gonna show them that they need to listen to us. You playing the short game, they playing the long game. You playing the short game, they playing the long game. And at the end of the day, if we're gonna be honest, if you're a politician and you have been dependent and expecting a group of people to vote for you from which they have done 60 years, what are the chances? You tell me. I'll put this in outside of politics. You have a woman, right? This woman has been a whore for over 60 years of her life. 60 fucking years, right? Now, one year she's like, you know what? I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm gonna be a Catholic and turn away from sin, and I'm gonna give myself to God. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm just not gonna do it anymore. I'm just not gonna do it anymore. Are you gonna believe her? Would you bet your life on that? Anyone who knows anything about psychology, how hard is it to break a habit? How hard is it to really break a habit, to break an addiction? It's very hard. So all these Negroes saying, well, I ain't gonna vote. There's a 95.999% chance that A, these Negroes didn't vote anyway, and B, doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, Brittany Renner has been filled with so much dick, I'm surprised she hasn't turned into a dick herself. Now all of a sudden she's gonna put on a fucking a Muslim attire. Muslim now, I converted to Islam. Bitch, what? I beg your pardon? What? Huh? So you have to understand that these goofy Negroes who constantly talking about, well, I ain't gonna vote for them, I'm gonna wake up. Do you understand that I was hearing this when I was MAGA? You want to know how many people I heard black people say, I finally woke up, man. I woke up. Absolutely. I woke up. Yeah, man. I'm leaving the Democrat plantation. It didn't have an impact on the election. If you look at the exit polls, it didn't have an impact on the election. Negroes have been waking up for years now. Do you think this is the first time that I've heard or you have heard? Yeah, I ain't gonna vote for Democrat. They ain't done do nothing for us, man. They ain't do nothing for us. I think I probably heard that every single fucking election. Not even gonna lie. I think I've heard mofos say that every single fucking election. There's always those group of people. I ain't gonna vote, bro. I ain't gonna do it. Nope, they ain't done nothing. And somehow, magically, I don't know, they get into office. Even with Trump, black people didn't give Trump the vote. Black people didn't give Trump the W. Black people didn't give Trump the W. Do you think Trump won because of the black vote? No. So it gets to a point where, like, hey, if you keep on doing the same thing over and over again, you're fucking crazy. Negroes constantly saying, I'm not going to vote, and that's the way I'm going to treat the Democrat Party. You're fucking crazy. You're retarded. Because that's not how the game of politics is played. 289. What's the disagreement?
Hey, brother. I had to get it's me again. I had to get this out of my chest. You know, when you were talking about the migrants and how they're coming over here, struggling and just trying to survive, right? I was thinking, since we're talking about people like coming from the southern countries like Mexico, Venezuela, I am not so hard on those migrants as I'm not really so hard. And the reason is because, and I'm going to add a little history to this, is because let's talk about migrants coming from Mexico, for example, right? If they're coming from Mexico, what is now Mexico, to California, Arizona, all these places, I don't have an issue with them. Yes, they're coming here illegally, and that's an issue, but I'm not so hard on them because technically that's their land. And who am I saying, oh, you can't come here? What is your land? Because you do acknowledge that you live in LA. You do know that California, Arizona, that was once Mexico, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying this because as you were bringing up that guy who killed that migrant and how like people like Tariq Nasheed and Philip Scott are are in some sense gaslighting people like that man to go do something like that. It's just it's ridiculous because, as you said, that's how you extinct yourselves. That's how we extinct ourselves. And I'm not so harsh on the migrants. Yes, do some of them have anti-black hatred? Yes. Racism is in Latin America, just like anywhere black folks live. But I'm not so hard on them because if they're coming here trying to survive and trying to live, who am I to say get out and now go return and try to and go back and think? And plus, historically, this is from a historical perspective now, that's their land. So who am I to say you're not welcome on the very same land that your foreparents once lived on, right?
How is it their land if they lost the war?
You have a point there. If they did lose the war, you have a point there. You do have a point there, but it's quite, for me, it's quite complicated because you have some Native people that still live in those areas, and they have the Mexicans, and then the Native people in those states have ties to the land. It's very messy because as you did mention, they did lose the war, right? But the area is still Hispanic in influence in architecture and culture. So I don't know. It's all
I don't know what that has. What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying. The reason I'm bringing that up is just because, as you were talking about the migrants and then people pushing them out and saying, "Get out! You're not welcome here." It's just I just find it ironic. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, when it comes to migrants and stuff like that, listen, we can't accept everyone. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We can't. I mean, does someone disagree with that? I don't have an issue as far as setting a cap. I understand you just can't keep on letting everyone in here. Now, what I also understand is when it comes to, Chicago or certain places, if you have illegals coming in here, what do you expect to do if they're if they're staying here, right? Or waiting for their arraignment? Or if they're here illegally? There's either two options. Either they work or they steal. Those are only options. Either they work or they steal. So if you're already in a position where you already have a significant homeless population, and these people are coming here as refugees or whatever, you're gonna have, you have two options, how I see it. Either you process them and deport them. That's unlikely due to our courts being packed up. They're just packed up. There's too many. So that can take years. That can take years. Hell, you even know as an American citizen, forget about the immigration courts, even as an American citizen, you get in a court date, that could potentially take years in some cases. So they take years to process them. What happens in the meantime between time? What happens in the meantime between time? What do you I don't know, what is the option? What do you expect to happen? The only thing I see is that you have to integrate them and assimilate them into society. That's the only way, unless say you do nothing, right? You don't offer them any government assistance. You don't offer them anything. They can't work legally because they don't have a visa. So what do? The only option I can see, right? If you are an immigrant, you have a family or whatever, I'm gonna fucking rob you. I can't work, right? Because I don't have the proper documentation. The government isn't helping me. They ain't giving me food. They ain't giving me shelter. So I'm gonna rob your black ass. I'm gonna rob your white ass, right? I'm gonna rob the native people who are here. That's how I see that happening. Now, I'm very interested as far as what the solution is to that. Very much. Why did Biden revoke remain in Mexico? I heard about that. I'm not sure. I don't know what the remain in Mexico was. Remain in Mexico. Because that wouldn't make any fucking sense to revoke that. No, fine. Allow YouTubes. Oh my God. Are we serious, YouTube? All right. Let's see what this is. Al Jazeera.
In the last 7 years,
I'll be damned. Mark Lamont. How the mighty have fallen.
More than 2 million people are estimated to have fled El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, risking their lives as they...
We have several unoccupied islands. And they can be held offshore.
They journey through Mexico.
I don't know what the legality of being held offshore. I don't know what that is. But here's the thing. What's to keep them offshore? If they migrated from Venezuela or Mexico or whatever, right? And they're coming here. What exactly, if they did all of that, right? You going from a far off fucking place here to America on your fucking feet. You tell me what exactly is going to keep them in Mexico. Are you just going to say, hey, stay here while we get you processed? I'm unaware. What policy, what do we have in place to force them to stay in Mexico? That's how I'm thinking. Because I'm like, yo, if these people are this fucking desperate that they fucking going around in cars, I've seen some crazy shit, bruh. In boxes, in FedEx boxes. Like, these mofos walked hundreds and hundreds of miles, right? Hundreds of miles, okay? And you think, well, we're gonna keep them in Mexico while we, figure out the process. What exactly is gonna keep them in Mexico? That's what I don't understand. That's why I don't understand. Like, what's keeping them in Mexico? It reminds me of South Park when the maid had Eric Cartman in the corner. Now you're in the corner. You've been very bad. You stay in the corner. And Eric Cartman was like, what exactly is keeping me in this corner? What exactly is keeping me in this corner? The Mexican military can do it. They were helping when Trump threatened to stop the aid money. Were they? You're going to have to give me some reference. You have to give me some reference on as far as the Mexican military assisting Trump.
And head for the United States southern border. Last week, the U.S. reinstated the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, which forces asylum seekers to wait outside of the U.S. while their asylum claims are processed, a move human rights defenders have said will impact their safety and their due process rights. But what is causing people to take on this dangerous journey in the first place? And what's being done to address the root causes of this migration? Joining us to discuss this are Laura Carlson, director of the Americas program. She joins us from Mexico City. And Marco Castillo, co-executive director of the international human rights organization Global Exchange. He joins us from New York. Thank you both for joining me. Marco, I'm going to start with you. You work with migrants in Mexico. You're from Mexico. Can you talk to us a little bit about the journey that migrants go through to get to the U.S.-Mexico border? Sure.
So what we're seeing right now, it's migrant families that flee from...
Let's see. This is Newsweek. Newsweek is very biased. Extremely biased. But I'm curious, because this is what you're referring to, right? The Mexican government. Agreement states that Mexico will take unprecedented steps to increase enforcement to curb irregular migration following threats by Trump to impose new tariffs on Mexican imports. Mexico also agreed to what was known as the Remain in Mexico policy. Okay, so here's the thing. How is this going to be enacted? Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, how do you enact this? By what metric are you saying that the Mexican police or whatever are keeping them in Mexico? Is there like, hey, 20 people have escaped. That's too many. 50 people have escaped. That's too many. What is the Mexican, military doing? That's what I'm trying to see, because in many cases, this is just like, yeah, okay, absolutely, we got that. And they don't fucking do anything. An April 2002 rally in Delaware, Trump referenced both the border agreement and Remain in Mexico erroneously as in Stay in Mexico, alleging he had demanding from country's highest representatives under Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador 28,000 troops. I said, yes, you are, because it's now Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock and Monday morning at 8 o'clock, blah, 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 blah. And he looked at me and said, sir, it would be an honor to have 28,000 soldiers on the border. It'd be an honor to have stay in freaking Mexico. Trump then went on to say the U.S. government managed to retain the 2019 agreement did not set out figures detaining troop numbers along the border. That's what I thought. The border, and stated that the majority would be deployed throughout Mexico, giving priority to its southern border. In a report, Migrant Policy Institute, which assessed the agreement, the White House reported that while 25,000 troops and a new National Guard were created since the tariff arrangement, 10,000 were positioned along the southern border of Mexico to Guatemala. These figures were taken from a since-deleted 2019 White House press briefing. An archive copy quoting former acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, Mark Robin, in addition, since June, Mexico has deployed thousands of troops. They created a new National Guard within their country, 10,000 troops to the southern border, 15,000 troops to the northern border within the United States. Again, unprecedented support and cooperation with the government of Mexico. The later figure was also quoted separately by Mexican government. The head of Mexican and Luis blah, 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 declared news 15,000, partly consistent with a statement from Morgan. According to a report Reuters dated 2019, Sandoval said there was a total deployment of 14,000, blah, blah, blah. Southern border had deployment of 65,000 troops per reports. The MPI did not report 28,000 troops were sent to Mexico borders, and blah, 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 and the possible number of quote isn't consistent either. At a visit to Trump, okay, so it wasn't 28,000, it was 10,000, less than half. In any case, until such evidence comes to light, this claim remains unverified. Yeah, so I don't know where this is coming from. 404. What's the disagreement? .404, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what was the premise of your what is the premise of your question? Like, are you debating the immigration policy, or are you just trying to figure it out?
As far as whose immigration policy?
Ours.
What do you mean ours?
The United States, because you're saying that. I'm just trying to understand, like, what are you trying to get at? Are you saying that they would not stay in Mexico, like how they can stay in Mexico?
Yeah, what would be stopping them from leaving Mexico?
Well, I think you have to understand, and this is Coleman, by the way. Thank you for last night once again. I didn't wake up until like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. But anyway, I think you would have to understand the history, right? Because most people call Obama the deporter in chief, and that really wasn't what he was trying to do. He was trying to get a comprehensive immigration plan, and so he was very strict on the border. Under his leadership, he deported more, and I don't like to call them illegal, but he deported more people from South and Central America than any other president ever. And the reason why he did that was because he wanted to get an immigration, a broader immigration through Congress, and they kind of like turned on him, and it didn't work out. But I guess it's more so the messaging that the United States sends to the broader world, or the South and Central America, like, okay, if you come to the country, we will deport you. We will send you back. Or that's one way you go. Or it is the Remain in Mexico policy under Trump, where you cannot seek asylum, and they will automatically turn you back, around. Or as soon as you get caught by the Border Patrol, you will be automatically sent back to Mexico. So there were many different ways that they were doing it. And so what happened was the Mexican government was just keeping them there, because we were going to turn them back around anyway.
How was the Mexican government keeping them there?
Well, so most of the people were traveling through Mexico. So what Mexico was doing was just keeping them from coming through from El Salvador. They were stopping them at their border. They were just traveling. They would just stop them from coming through their border up into Mexico.
So
and
that wouldn't stop them from coming, though.
In theory, it did. In theory, it made it. And I don't want to say better, because we went against our own policy of the asylum laws, but the numbers were a whole lot different than what they were under our current administration, under Joe Biden, because they understood that if you come to the United States, we were going to turn you back around. You could not seek asylum the way that, in theory, you should be able to. And so it worked from a standpoint of, okay, if you go to the United States, you're going to get turned back around. And so Mexico intervened and said, okay, well, the United States is just going to flood us with a bunch of people, so we're going to have to stop it before it gets to us. And so that's how it started working. And I hope.
I just don't have the numbers to back that up. That's the only thing.
Well, the numbers. Well, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but the numbers were very clear. They were lower. Well, let me back up. So they did get low. As we all know, people are going to do everything they can to get to a country where they feel like they can get a job or provide for their family. But the numbers did get lower, and they spiked under Joe
now,
Biden.
Where did you come across this information? Because I'd like to see the numbers so I can see if they actually were.
Oh yeah, so you can get a base. Of course, and I'm not looking at them. I was just listening to you. I just jumped on, so I wasn't able to give you the factual numbers. But you can go on the Department of the Department of Homeland Security have all of those numbers. They are public information. And I will put it in the thread once I find it, so I can give you the exact. But you can see, I mean, they report those numbers. They report those numbers, because if you look at the and like I said, once I get a chance to look, I will send it to you. But even right now, Joe Biden's numbers are lower than Donald Trump's. So I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know. And then of course we had a pandemic, so people weren't just moving and fleeing during the pandemic. So there's a lot of things
so
that I will send you.
I'd be interested to see as far as the beginning years of the Trump administration versus Biden, because obviously the pandemic definitely took into account probably lower immigration. I don't know if that's from policies or if that's from the pandemic. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and once I send it to you, you will see where so it is different if you come and you say, look, I am fleeing Venezuela because gangs. Under the current law, you're able to do that. You're able to say, I am under persecution. Under Trump, that was no longer possible. And so they took that away. And
well, do you think that's good,
even
though?
if you can't, no, I think it's horrible. No, I think that's horrible, because we are the land of the free. None of us have a claim on this country except the goddamn Indians. So no, I don't think that was right, but that's what happened. And I think that's why Trump would, and of course he lies like drinking water, but that is why he was able to tout that he had lower numbers, because of that Remain in Mexico policy. And pretty much it was just doing away with the asylum laws that we hold dear to us as a country. So
gotcha.
like I said, I'm gonna get you those numbers so you can have some hard numbers to look at, but you have to also put them in context of the Obama administration, what he was doing to try to get a larger package, a larger immigration package. That's why you have DACA. That's why you have those things, because he had to go and do it from an executive, from his executive orders. But he really wanted Congress to help him to give a larger immigration package. They turned on him. And so then you had Donald Trump that did away with the asylum laws that we know, and that is why his numbers were lower. And then you had Biden that wiped away like all of the Trump era stuff. He said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to chart a different path. And so that's why people just flooded the gate again.
Gotcha.
And we could not absorb the amount of people that were coming. And I don't think it was more so a like, oh, we want you to go back home. It was like, okay, what do you do with tens and thousands of people at one time? Like, you know, in so many communities trying to absorb all these people. And I think that generally people wanted to do that, but how do you do that in a way that can make everybody whole? And you just can't do that. Hell, we can barely take care of some of our people, and not saying that we should not do it, but I think that the goal was, how do we take care of all of these people at one time? So, and I agree with you. Politically, you want to be able to understand like what policy does to infect or affect the onslaught of people coming into the country, and then how do you, as a political power, especially Black people, how do we work with these immigrants? Because I think the Republican Party has done a really good job trying to demonize and say they're coming to get black jobs. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, black people are not going out there picking watermelon. They're not going out there hanging off of banana trees or peach trees or, whatever they grow. So they're not literally coming to take black jobs. Black people are not doing it. Most people are not doing those jobs they're coming here to do. So we really need them. We really need them here. So, but yeah, I'm with you. I was just trying to understand what point or what angle you were coming from.
Got you. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the clearing that up.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'll send it to you.
All right. But yeah, I was like, what? Okay. What? Now let's look into this. I don't know. Let's find out, bruh. This is BBC. Let's see. How Joe Biden, Donald Trump's border policies. Because here's the thing. I think what it seems to be is that they took the baby out with the bathwater. It's that people actually claiming, hey, persecution. And then, of course, there were people who were like, oh, I'm persecuted. And they were, hustling the system. But if you had that mindset with any other policy in the country, then we wouldn't have anything, right? Because there's always going to be those bad actors. 832, what's a disagreement?
Hey, real quick, just to correct one guy, I think he said that they did away with asylum. Is that correct? Is that what he said under the Trump administration?
That they did away with as far as no, not that if you were coming over here seeking asylum as a refugee, you couldn't do that.
Okay, so as far as I know, and that's in policy, and you're welcome to look it up, anybody that either comes through the border or the front border, or anybody that sets foot in the country and let's say they get caught by CBP or BP, they can claim asylum anytime. And let's say they're in the detention center, they can claim asylum anytime. So it's not like they can it's not like they did away with it. I think the Remain in Mexico is more like they just didn't want it to flood the border like that. So it was like, if you're coming to claim asylum, they wanted them to do it over there, and then their case will be heard.
Yeah.
And then USCIS will do whatever they need to do, but USCIS was flooded with a lot of cases, and they couldn't get through all of them. So, some of them would go through the detention, and others, they would just remain in Mexico or whatnot. With now under the Biden, they just let them go under parole. And I know that during COVID, because they had, I want to say they had like this little list of COVID, they would pretty much, if they would get a positive fear, they would release them. If they would get a negative fear, they would stay in custody. So, and then the judge will hear their case, and then they will go through the judge. But a lot of them are getting released, and they're going to wherever they are. And like you said before, yes, it does take about 2 or 3 years or 4 years for their cases to be heard, etc. And then they're just either working, they apply to USCIS for a application for work. I forgot what that form is called. And the rest of them are just in waiting until they hear their cases. And that's it. I mean, that's all I just wanted to address. But I just wanted to hear what you thought.
Yeah, no, that's what that's what I believed as well.
Okay. Other than that, I do want to ask one thing. If I remember in one of your videos, you were talking about Oh man, I can't remember off the top of my head. Well, anyway, I was trying to do some things where I was sending to one of my my House of Representatives, and I wanted to see how should I start approaching when I start sending these emails to them. So let's say, because I'm trying to do everything for the Black community. Anytime I start sending emails is because I want to make sure that they are answering it, and how I just want to see how I can
contact them.
them.
What would be the reason for the contact? There would have to be some type of objective.
Yes, correct. You're right, and that's why I'm trying to learn how I can start approaching some things. This is just me trying to educate myself on what are the things that us as the Black community need to do in order to start submitting.
Well, is there
and
a
only
problem
because I've been ignorant
in your area or something? Like, is there an issue that you're unsatisfied with? Like anything, just to get that sit down.
We'll do something simple. We'll say that there is a squatter problem over here.
Yeah, I would just contact them. Now, you're going to have to contact them like crazy because they're very elusive.
Yes. I've sent an email before, and I tried to hold their feet to the fire to see if they would answer. So they would answer some, but then I don't know what is it called whenever they're like, oh, this is a question I'm not going to touch it with, and they just don't answer at all. So I've tried different things. For example, like I made something simple where I was like, hey, are y'all letting us know what policies is being passed on Texas? And they wouldn't answer. It was like, when I called, they would be like, hey, go to the website. But the website is not as user-friendly. So it's very difficult to see what's going on. It's not like the Senator website. The Senator website, you can see what's going on. And you'll know because it'll have like a list. The Texas House of Representatives is a little bit more difficult to kind of read and see where they're going. So I just wanted to see if you can give me some guidance and how I wanted to approach it. How should I start approaching some things?
I mean, how you're approaching it sounds like you're doing just fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's like contacting like a CEO or something.
No, correct. And the only thing I can do is email.
Yeah, email, call, visit.
Oh, okay.
Because you gotta let them know that you're serious. Because they get tons of calls, and it's usually just a bunch of people, a bunch of peons. So they're like, yeah, go on the website. It's like any other business.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate it, man. Keep doing your work, bro.
No, man. No problem, man. Take care. Yeah, they're gonna treat you like dog shit. Because they know most of their constituents are fucking stupid. Now, what would be even better is that if you had a history of voting, right? You have a history of voting, or you got some pull. Like, hey, I represent this group in this section, yada yada, and we've been voting this way, blah blah blah, yada yada yada, whatever. But you gotta let them know who you are and why they should listen to you. Because honestly, being a constituent just isn't enough. I hate to say it, but I'm just telling you the truth. Being a constituent isn't enough. You're a dumb fucking voter. That's how every politician thinks of their constituents. You're fucking stupid. It just is what it is. Once you understand that, then you can honestly play the game, bro. You can play the game. But you got to come there. If you don't represent a bigger group of people, right? If you're not type of, hey, I'm part of this organization, I'm a lead, I wanted to talk to address the problems and yada yada, right? And you're just a fucking citizen. It's like, get the fuck out of my face. Why are you wasting my time? I'll talk to you when I need your fucking vote. Leave me the fuck alone. I got business deals I'm trying to make, right? I got insider trading I'm trying to happen. That's just how that works, bro. That's how that works. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying the more you know, the easier it becomes. So it's kind of like the person that I don't know, it's kind of like that person is not going to be in your life that long. You're not going to treat them like anything special, right? Or the girl that you know you just trying to smash this one time. Like, you're not thinking about her past today. Are you really going to take her serious? When she said, oh my God, we should totally go to Hawaii. And yeah, absolutely. No, totally. Yeah, no. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hawaii would be fun. And you know, you're not going to see her past fucking, past tonight. That's how you have to come at it. Now, the more you're active, right? The more you like, hold up. Who is that? Oh, it's this bitch again? Oh my God, bro. Tell her I'm not here. Tell her I'm not here. She calling, right? Oh my God, she blowing my fucking phone up. Oh my God. Oh my God, she emailing me, bro. And then finally, she shows up at your job. Hi. I don't know if your phone is busy or, your internet went out, but I've been trying to contact you. What? Yeah, no, I've just been busy. I didn't get a chance to get back to you. And that's how the fucking politician is going to talk to you. Really? Oh, no. Apparently, did you leave a message at the office? Yeah, they never got back to me. How can I help you? They act very different once you see them in person, bro. Very fucking different. They get that get right in their system. That act right in their system. But they will use everything and anything to avoid you. They'll use their secretary. Oh, I can't go. I have to go to a meeting right now. But yes, absolutely. Reach out to my office. I'll talk to you. That's how that works, bro. That's how that works. 614. What's the disagreement?
Hey, Lucas. What's up? I think.
What's going on, old man?
About,
you had a good birthday yesterday?
I don't know if you saw. Do you know Theo Vaughn?
You're not even gonna answer the question. That's crazy.
The
What?
comedian?
Do I know who?
Theo Vaughn.
Seal Vaughn. No.
Yeah. He has a podcast. It's almost like the Joe Rogan Experience. But he recently talked to Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders exactly said what you're just saying now. Sometimes, unfortunately, like with your previous caller, like he was like, how do I get like heard? Unfortunately, rich people get heard. And like he actually goes like a little bit deep into it. Millionaires are the only people who get heard. And when you mentioned we're dumb enough to still vote, yes, you're right. Bernie Sanders basically goes into it. We're dumb enough to still vote, but your vote does matter. But also the millionaires, and as soon as they can start donating millions and millions of dollars, our voices start becoming diluted.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all.
Ask. Yeah, like I would ask that you like actually just check out Theo Vaughn.
How do you spell it? Because I've never heard of that.
Maybe a lot of people died. Theo, Theo Vaughn, space V.
Theo Vaughn. Okay, Theo Vaughn. Got you.
V-O-N. Sorry, yeah, like V-O-N. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Theo Vaughn.
Right.
Bernie Sanders. It's very dope. All right, cheers, brother.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. Because that's how, because you have to understand, it's like anything else, bro. I don't know why people think that, hey, I voted for you. You are one person out of fucking millions. Fuck you and your vote. I hate to be like that, but that's the reality of the situation. These mofos is telling you, oh, this is how, blah, blah, blah. Right. There is the concept, right? There's theory and then there's practice. You speak to any professional anywhere, okay? They will tell you there is theory and there is practice. Speak to a lawyer. Dated plenty, okay? All right? They'll tell you, yeah, there's what's in the books and there's what happens in the fucking courtroom. Just because it says that doesn't mean that's how it's going to happen in the courtroom, right? Speak to a doctor. Dated plenty. They'll tell you, yeah, this is what they teach you at med school, and then there's actual practical experience, okay? That's when you get your residency, right? And many times, they don't go hand in hand, right? There's a disconnect there. Even with law enforcement, okay? They'll tell you, hey, yeah, this is what they teach you in the academy. This is what happens in real life, all right? Even when it comes to pay, right? You sign up, you'll do an interview for a job, and they'll tell you, hey, we pay you this, we pay you that. And then when it comes down to it, it's like, okay, what they didn't tell me is how they be working me like a fucking slave. That's what they didn't tell me. If I knew I was gonna be working this much, I should have asked more. Shit. Okay, because these this healthcare and this ain't worth the amount of work that I'm doing, okay, for this fucking salary. So that's how it always works. Now, in theory, yeah, you call them up and they say, hey, voter, what do you need? How can I help you? What's the problem? Yeah, in theory, right? You just dial this number. It's the same thing with your fucking, with your credit card. Dial this number and somebody will reach you. Yeah, in theory. Now, in reality, you're going to be on that phone for fucking hours, all right? Depending on when you call and how many people are in front of you. And God forbid that the person who's talking to you is competent and doesn't hang up. And then you have to go through the whole process again. So, yes, in theory, you being, contacting your representative, that's a good start. And I think that's a very big start. But in practice, right, in reality, you're going to have to make your face known. That's just how that works. If you haven't given any money to this person, they really don't know who the fuck you are. All right? If you're not, as far as politically active to them and represent a potential threat to their candidacy or their reelection, you're going to be brushed off because you're a fucking nobody, right? There's millions of people who vote for a said candidate. What the fuck makes you special? Oh, you want reparations? Cool, nigga. Yeah. The bitch behind you wanted fucking, wanted the Quickie Mart to be removed. This Negro wanted the fucking homeless camp on the corner to be removed. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I get it. Y'all want something. Yeah, who doesn't want anything? This is how, and honestly, it's the game of business. That's what it is. Politics is business. Anyone who's tried to do sell a product, if you ever try to sell a product, whether you were the entrepreneur or you were the salesman, you know what's the number one rule. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, I got this new energy drink and I don't give a fuck. That's why, what they say, you gotta have a strong hook. Gotta have a strong hook. Strong hook to sell somebody. If you don't get them interested within the first few seconds, you're dead. DOA, nobody gives a fuck. Because people got other shit to do. There's so much grabbing for your attention. You saying, well, this drink is kind of cool and it's got a really nice design logo. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't give a fuck about your design logo. Fuck you and your drink. So that's why I'm saying when it comes to an election, this is when these Negroes will listen. Especially if you have some pull. If you have some pull, they definitely will listen because they know every vote matters. They know every vote counts, and all it takes is one bad fucking a sound clip, one bad video, right, to tank a campaign. Who was the person, I forgot his name, who went, yeah! I forgot his name, poor white guy. Dude fucking tanked his campaign by that. I didn't believe it. I was like, there's no fucking way he tanks his campaign by doing, yeah! There's no way. There's no way. Campaign fucking tank. Howard Dean. There we go. Howard Dean. And then we're going to go to the White House. Yeah! Bruh. Fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Campaign gone. Poof. Disappeared. Thin air. Thin air, bruh. So that's why I'm saying when it comes to an election season, yes, bro. This is when you got them in you got the nuts in your hands, bro. That's the time why I'm talking about, which is why it's so fucking crazy where I'm hearing Negroes talking about, I ain't voting. What? What? What you mean? What? What do you mean you're not voting? You can fucking apply pressure and destroy them. If you don't think that Kamala is one clip away from her whole campaign being bam taken out back and going old yeller, you're fucking crazy. The same thing with Trump. So if these Negroes who are actually about their business, that's what they'd be trying to do, is to get that one clip of her saying, or her doing a reaction or an emotion or something. Kamala, what about a black agenda? What about this? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, but obviously you don't lead with the black agenda. That's fucking stupid, right? You catch more, what is it? More bees with honey? Forgot what the saying is. I'm blanking right now. But that's what you do. You say, hey, Kamala, I love what you're doing. I think it's great. You know what? I hope we win in this coming election. And I love some of your policies. One such thing is a black agenda. I know you've spoken on that very much. Blah, blah, blah. Right? You set them fucking up. That's what you do. You set them up, right? People are more likely to speak to someone who they believe is friendly than to a hostile. Especially if you're running for fucking election. I'm not going to talk to a fucking hostile idiot. Why? So he can try and get me with a gotcha question and I look fucking bad? Nah, fuck out of here. So that the other guy can run that ad nauseum on repeat in their campaign ad? Fuck out of here. It's not going to happen. There's too much on the line. That's why you got to get these bitches. You got to reel them in. Yeah, I love what you're doing. I mean, absolutely. We got to stop. I want Joy back in the White House. It's absolutely amazing. Right? And then drop. Kamala, I noticed that you said something on the route about reparations. What does that actually look like to you? Do you think that's actually feasible? That's how you play the game. Like, here's the thing, but black men especially know this. Like, we should know this better than anyone. You not going to the club. What's up, bitch? I want to fuck you. Let's go. You not saying that, bruh. You not acting like that. If you have any fucking sense. Any real one will tell you, you're not going up to a woman, I want to fuck. Let's go right now. That's not happening. What do you got to do? You got to play the game. That's how that works. So when they talking about, we going to demand reparations. Nigga, you're not going to get shit. The fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? That's not going to happen. Now, will there be Negroes that says, well, Lucas, I did it and it worked for me? Sure, nigga. Absolutely. 1 in a million, you approaching a woman and saying, come here, bitch. I want to fuck you right now. Let's go. Sure. That 1 in a million, absolutely. There'll be that woman like, okay. By all means. But that's not the rule, nigga. Because there's always that contrarian that says, well, I did it, Lucas. I do it all the time. Sure, nigga. Great. Kudos to you. Okay. May you get the fucking blue star. But for the majority, right? The outlier is not the rule. So you got to play the game. That's just how it works. That's just how it is. It's not anything complicated, bro. It's really not anything complicated once you understand the game. You understand where they're susceptible. These mofos, whether it's a Senate in every 6 years or whether it's a House of Representatives every 2 years. What's her name? I was just looking up what's her name because she followed me on Instagram. I was like, wait, is she still in fucking Congress? I was like, I'll be damned. She got primaried. What's the black chick's name? Because I'd never heard her say anything about reparations. Now that she's on Twitter, she's talking about, oh, we want reparations and everything. What's her name? A black woman. She was like part of the five or the squad or whatever. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? It was this black chick. I forgot. Not Cori Bush. No, not Cori Bush. There's another black chick. It was another black chick. I forgot her name, but I looked her up. I was like, oh shit, she got primaried. Oh shit, that bitch got primaried. That's crazy. She's no longer in Rashida Tlaib. Is that who I'm thinking of? No, not Rashida. Not Rashida. No, what the fuck? Not Rashida. Black chick. Rashida's not black. Come on now. What's her? It's not Cori Bush. That's not Cori. I know Cori Bush. I did a video on Cori Bush. It's not Cori Bush. APAC got Cori. I already know about Cori Bush. I already did a video on that. I'm talking. There's another black chick. I forgot her name. Yeah, APAC was like, bitch, what? What you say about Israel? It's not Jasmine Crockett. Not her. I forgot her name. Presley? Is that her name, maybe? Black woman? I forgot her name. She had like glasses on. Dark chocolate black woman. Ayanna Press. Nina Turner, that's her name. Nina Turner. Yeah, Nina Turner. Nina Turner. Yeah, because I follow her. I was like, okay, fuck yeah, let's go. She's talking that reparation shit. Okay, yeah. And then I check, I was like, wait, this bitch isn't even in Congress. They fucking primaried her. I was like, I would love to go back in like her timeline to see if she was talking reparations like when she was in office. Was she talking reparations when she was in office? She a part of the Young Turks? Stop it, bro. No way. Damn, that's brutal. That's fucking brutal. That's fucking brutal, man. Was she, does anyone know if she was talking reparations when she was in office? She was talking about it. Did she ever do anything or try to advocate in some type of way? Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, she was. How did she get primaried? Does anyone know how she got primaried? Because I looked it up. I was like, fuck yeah, we got somebody. We got somebody. She got prime. I was like, oh shit. Damn. In Ohio, bruh. Yeah, it was this other black chick beat her. I don't know anything about this other black chick. Maybe y'all know. Representative Shontel Brown. Yeah, bruh. Won a rematch Tuesday against Nina Turner, progressive activist and former state senator who's known nationally for her work on Senator Bernie Sanders' Democratic presidential campaigns. Brown was leading 65% to 34% by 5.5 percent points. Who funded her campaign? Brown and chairs aligned herself closely with President Joe Biden. House and Urban. Blah, 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 blah. A PAC got her? What PAC? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know why all these FBA Negroes, whatever. Why is there not a PAC? Where black people can put our money into a PAC to fund a candidate. Because if you're a leader of a PAC, right, and you got some money behind you, they'll take your call. They'll definitely take your call. You got some money behind you? Hey, I represent as far as the Black American PAC. I represent BPAC. They'll definitely take your call. Wow. Who was behind her, bruh? Very interested. Very interesting. Very interesting, bruh. Yeah, primary the fuck out of her. I'm just surprised. Anyways. But yeah, the candidate would gamble with being in the scope and alienating themselves from general pop America. The candidate would gamble with being in the scope and alienating themselves from general pop America. Listen, no, they wouldn't. Because what you have to understand, being pro-black is being pro-America. You can take this any way. You can take this any route. You can take this any route. Let's say, here's how you reach. You don't alienate the Republicans and you don't alienate the Democrats. You don't alienate the Republicans because you reach out to them and their racist tendencies. You say, hey, is it not predominantly black people who are causing violence in your neighborhoods? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Is it not black people who are predominantly on as far as welfare and WIC and many of these, as far as these social programs? Yeah. Don't you want that to end? Yeah, I do. So vote for me or help me to allow that to end, because that's what I want. Don't you want to put an end to the senseless black on black violence in Chicago? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Bro, you just appease, you play up to people's fucking weaknesses. It's as simple as that, bro. You let them know, hey, by benefiting black Americans, you benefit yourself. By benefiting black Americans and helping black Americans, your communities become safer. By benefiting black Americans, your tourist attraction becomes safer. whatever the fuck that you have to say in order to get the dollar. And it is true though, right? You won't be lying because it will benefit the country. It will benefit them. If Black Americans are doing good in the country, they will be doing well in the country. That's how that works. So there's no lies being told. You just have to frame it from a perspective that benefits them. You're selling a product. If you're selling a product, you have to tell people, hey, how does this product benefit this person? If you're selling me a product, why am I going to buy your product? Reparations is a great point. It's a great point. You're selling it. I think we need to switch up the sales tactic when it comes to reparations, as far as a debt and all that. You can frame it in a way that will appease Republicans and Democrats. One thing is to limit the scope. Mofos keep on saying race-based. You say race-based, that makes other races angry. You don't want to eliminate race-based. Anyone who's saying race-based, immediately correct them. Immediately correct them. There's just things that you have to handle. We have to address this the same way that the gays address gay marriage. The same way that the gays address gay marriage. What did they do? They were fighting for gay marriage for a while, bro. For a minute, for a hot minute. A hot minute. Okay? They very much censored as far as any negative rhetoric towards gay marriage. They reframed it. How did they frame gay marriage? Was it about, well, I want to fuck, my husband? Ugh, it's fucking gross. For a majority of Americans, they don't fuck with the alphabet bullshit. You can't sell it as that, because that's nasty. You want to fuck your dude in the butt? It's fucking gross. Get that shit out of here, bro. That's not how you sell it. Right? Not how you sell it. How did they sell it? If y'all remember, I very much remember it because I was in school. Very much remember it. I think I was in college. How did they sell it? What did they say? Hey, no hate. Stop the hate. Love is love. Let people love who they want to love. That's what it's about. It's about love. You may love the person that you have with you. I love the person that I have. The only difference is you can express your love with marriage. I'm prohibited from doing that. That's how they sold motherfuckers. Because they know, how do you make an argument against love? You appeal to people's emotions. That's how any law is passed. It's not about fucking logic, right? Even now that I look back on it, when I was Trumping, right? When I was MAGA, build a wall is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Build a wall, that'll stop them. You're not stopping these people with a fucking wall. They're going to get away. They're going to get around it. They're going to get under it. They're going to over it. They're going to get through it. That's what's going to happen. But the concept appeals to your emotions. Build a wall. Fuck yeah. Build a wall. Logically, it makes no fucking sense. So that's what you have to deal with. When people are talking about it's a debt, nigga, fuck you and your debt. This country owes us. There is nothing that people hate more than ever is to say that I owe you something. I don't owe you fucking shit. Fuck you. And you know how many of these fucking crackers will do it. You know that's the last thing they want to hear. Owe you? Fuck you. You should be happy we took you from Africa, bitch. You should be happy that you're here in this country. Can't frame it as that. Can't frame it as that. This is why language is important. This is why rhetoric matters. Can't frame it as that. I demand reparations. Demand? Demand from who? From me? I wasn't a fucking slave owner. And you weren't a slave. Fuck you. You ain't demanding shit. I'm not voting for that. Fuck you. You gotta frame it in a way that appeases to their emotions. Because you're appeasing to their emotions, all right. Their emotions is anti-black emotions. You don't want to appease to those emotions. So it's very much tiptoeing around a fucking a bomb area. That's what it's like when you got mines all on the ground. You got to be very careful how you talk to these people. Because one thing you have to understand is that, hey, they don't owe you anything. And they don't want to give you anything. So how do we frame this and when it's beneficial to us, but also to them? So one thing that motherfuckers love to do is feel good about themselves, right? Right? One thing that people love to do is to feel good about themselves, right? Oh, I did that. I voted for this person because I want to help the kids. I gave money to feed the children because I want to help the little black kids in Africa. Yeah, I did that. They love that shit. They eat it up. So how do we come up with a way to frame this to make these stupid people feel good about themselves? Y'all are going, the rhetoric around reparations is all wrong. As far as in the mainstream. Now, between us, we know what it's about. We know what's up. But as far as a mainstream message, you're not going to get shit talking about demand reparations or reparations now. Fuck you and your reparations. Suck my dick. That's what you're going to get. It's as simple as that. Anyone saying reparations now or we demand reparations, that's not going to appeal to anybody but who? Other black people. That's it. We can talk like this all we want, but nigga, we don't have the power of the purse, do we? Right? I'm not the president. You ain't the president. Right? So you have to talk to the people who have control the fucking money. You have to make them feel some type of way as to why this should happen. That's what people are missing. So the more you make enemies with this fucking, FBA bullshit, because we already had FBA. It's called Black American. That's what it's called. Black American. That's what FBA is Black American, bro. You're a Black American, okay? Now niggas want to come up with different terms and stupid shit, by all means. But the more terms you come up with, the more division you're gonna cause. Now, I don't know how you're gonna get anything if not only Africans, but now you're dividing black people with other black people. Now you dividing white people with black Americans. Now you dividing everyone else. Nobody's gonna vote for that. How do you expect to get that passed? Well, we're gonna force it to get it passed. Who are you gonna go to force it? You need to think about this strategically. This isn't about hoorah and get shit done. It's not how that works. You have to think about this strategically, as every other group has. Because we don't have the same playing cards as every other group, which is something I try to tell people. But they keep on talking about the Japanese and Native Americans. We're not Japanese and we're not Native Americans. Stop bringing them up. 609, what's the disagreement? Missed it. Feel free to call back 609. I missed a few calls, sorry. But you have to understand that you need to create a fist. If gay people or the LGBT were saying, fuck you, you fucking homophobes, you fucking homophobes, fuck homophobes, do you think that's a really good message to run on? Huh? Do you think that's how you get people to vote for Proposition 6 or whatever the fuck it was? Fuck homophobes, fuck you homophobes. What is that gonna get you? Well, fuck you too. Fuck you too. Simple as that. That's not what they were doing. When it came to Will and Grace, were they bashing on straight people? Fuck straight people. Was it all just gay people on Will and Grace? No. Will and Grace did a lot of work in normalizing and humanizing the alphabet. The gay man. A lot of work, that show. Once you start to laugh, they've already got you. Once you get someone who you oppose to laugh, and you start laughing, what happened with Trump? Y'all remember, what's his name? I forgot his name, who got fucking lambasted, who got fucking speared, for messing with Trump's head. I forgot his name. It was a comedian. He did this to Trump's hair, and people were upset. Because by doing that, it humanized Trump. Trump was being seen as this big bad guy. Oh, he's a fucking Nazi. He's this. What Nazi allows you to mess up his hair that you're constantly talking about looks like cotton candy? Fallon. Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, Jimmy Fallon. Oh, they were fucking pissed. White liberals were fucking pissed at that. Why the fuck would you do that? So that's what you have to understand. You have to understand how fucking marketing works and how people think. You being as far as aggressive and hostile when it comes to reparations ain't gonna get you shit except a fucking middle finger and fuck you. That's what it's gonna get you. That's what it's going to get you. It's as simple as that. You being, intransigent and aggressive and fucking, well, we deserve this. This is out. Nobody gives a fuck. You have to think about this. If you are a white person, would that be a message that reaches out to you? This is owed to us. We're going to demand it. Reparations now. What? What you mean now? You should have gotten that a long time ago. That's your fault, not my fault. Why do I have to pay for this shit? You have to come about creating a message that appeals to the masses. The great thing about the masses is that the masses are fucking stupid. That's the benefit that we have when it comes to the masses. Is that the masses are fucking stupid. So if we can come up with a message, right, which shouldn't be hard, then we're in. We're in. But a hostile, aggressive message ain't gonna get you anywhere. It's gonna get you to where we are right now, where a bunch of Negroes in fucking Twitter spaces talking about FBA and reparations. Cool. That's where FBA and reparations is gonna live and die. Is on motherfucking Twitter. Reparation. Yeah, we were going to reparation. Yeah, we're gonna happen. We deserve to have that. Nobody gives a fuck, fam. I'm just letting you. Nobody gives a fuck. All they see it as, wait, I have to pay for your black ass? I ain't paying for your black ass. What the fuck? You should be paying me for all the crime you do. Wait, what? Yeah, you should be paying me reparations. You gotta rethink this differently. 215. What's the disagreement?
Oh, hold on, I got you. Let me turn it. What's up, Lucas?
What's going on?
Hey, man. I've been wondering, because you're not really clear on why you support Kamala. At least I haven't heard you really talk about any policy. So I'm wondering, because I've been finding lately, man, that guys who support the Democrats without any policy, they tend to be LGBT.
Interesting.
Is that your angle?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you going to be voting this coming election?
Absolutely.
Who are you voting for?
Well, I asked you a question.
Well, I think the easiest way for me to answer your question is through this line of dialogue. So just go along. Just play along for a little bit. So who are you going to be voting for?
I'm going to be voting for school choice. I'm going to be voting to close the border. And whoever's on that same page, they got my vote.
So it sounds like you're obfuscating the question. So if you can answer it directly as a man, I'd greatly appreciate it. So who are you going to be voting for?
You want me to say who?
I believe that's what the question was.
Well, obviously the person who's carrying at this particular time, who's in the lead, who's likely going to have an opportunity to win, who's also carrying school choice, which is the black choice if you ask Roland Martin. And obviously the black anti-slavery law, the Second Amendment, the people that's carrying that, I'm gonna vote for Trump. Because he's obviously came with the platinum plan too. Now we need to talk about the details of that and how much black folks get of that, but
let's go over a few
things. It
things.
sounds like something that's worth entertaining.
So like many black men, not saying you, but many black men are extremely ignorant when it comes to politics. So for example, the platinum plan is not on Trump's agenda for this 2024 election. You're aware of that, of course, right?
It's something that needs to be talked about.
Are you aware that the platinum plan is not on Trump's agenda for 2024, correct?
Primarily, what I'm looking to do is close the border.
Okay, so this is a very simple question, and it deserves a very simple answer. I don't
Yeah,
need you to
yeah.
opine.
I'm
Okay, so
aware of
yes.
that. I'm
Yes
aware
is
of
the
that.
answer. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
I am aware.
So
of
we're
that.
going to
Yeah.
remove the
But,
platinum
I mean,
plan.
that was the third thing.
I understand. So
that
we're
was
going to remove the
third
platinum
agenda
plan
item.
because that's irrelevant for 2024. Now, you said that he's
Okay,
very
let's talk
Second
about the
Amendment. He's
border.
pro Second Amendment, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, where did you gather that information? What makes him pro Second Amendment? Because I can name you a variety of things that makes him anti Second Amendment. So I'm trying to understand as far as where is your opinion derived from?
Trump is anti-Second Amendment. Explain.
No, I would like you to explain why you believe he's pro Second Amendment, because that's what your statement was, right? One of the reasons
Well,
that
because
you're voting
he
for.
doesn't want. He opposes a federal registry. He opposes a ban on so-called assault rifles, the AR-15.
Mm-hmm.
He opposes that. So that's.
So a ban on
That's
federal registry
more,
and a ban
I like
on
that a lot more
assault
than
rifle.
the
Okay,
people
got
who are
you.
trying
What
to
do you
ban
have to
these guns.
say? Do you know there is one president in the history of this country that got a bump stock ban passed? Do you know who that is?
That was Trump.
That was Trump.
That was Trump.
Do you believe that that's pro Second Amendment or anti Second Amendment?
Bump stops make your gun like a machine gun. So I'm actually opposed to bump stops. But if he was to
I'm
bring
gonna
them
ask.
back,
I'm gonna ask a
I
very
mean,
simple
a
question. I'm
bump
gonna ask
stop
it
is like
again.
a switch.
I'm gonna ask it again. First
bump
off,
stop is
have
like
you
a
ever
switch,
used a
right?
bump stock?
It's like a switch.
Have
right?
you ever used a bump stock?
No, but I've seen
Okay,
it
so you
used.
have
I've
no
seen it
understanding of how a
demonstrated.
bump stock works. A bump stock does not make your
No,
gun.
I do.
Listen.
Listen. I've seen it.
No,
I've never used one, but I've seen it, and I've seen it
a bump stock
demonstrated.
does not
so
make
I do
your
have an
a
idea.
gun a machine gun. That's not what happens. First off, is
It
that
makes
a pro?
It makes it fire faster.
A
Than,
fire
than it
faster
normally
is not a
would.
machine gun. Okay, there's a difference between
All right,
automatic
well,
and semi-automatic.
It enhances your ability to shoot a
Sir, me
semi-automatic.
squeezing the trigger enhances
lot
my ability
faster.
to shoot faster. That doesn't make it an automatic. So you don't know what you're talking about
All
when
right,
it comes to
I
guns.
didn't say that. It just
You
makes
don't know
it
what you're
shoot
talking about when it comes to
faster.
guns.
So
I
bad
think that's
example,
established. So I'm gonna go back to
machine
my.
gun,
I'm gonna
not
go back
quite
to
a
my.
machine gun.
I'm gonna go back to
Not
my
quite a
original
machine
question.
gun.
Is that pro Second Amendment or is that anti Second Amendment?
I don't think that's anti-Second Amendment.
You don't think that's
he
anti?
didn't
Well, let
ban-
me get this straight because there seems to be
It's
a
an
contradiction
accessory.
here. Let me explain to you why I believe there's a contradiction. You had an issue with as far as creating a registry. You believe that to be anti-Second Amendment, but you're telling me someone who bans a bump stock is not anti-Second Amendment? Explain that to me.
I just told you that was my opinion. So,
Sir,
I mean,
your
we can move
opinion
to the
doesn't mean
next
anything
point,
if it's
the
baseless.
border.
So what you're
No,
telling
that's
me
not
is that
baseless.
you're politically retarded,
It's
which is
just
what
an
I assume.
accessory. No, it's
Do
just
you
an
understand that the
accessory,
Supreme
and
Court?
I'm actually,
Hold on. Do you understand the
I'm
Supreme
actually
Court?
okay with banning anything that makes you
Then
able
you're
to
not
shoot
pro
faster
Second
than
Amendment.
you normally could.
Then you're not pro Second
No,
Amendment.
that's not true.
Yes, it
That's
is
a
true.
false equivalency.
No, it's not.
That's
Do
a
you
false
want to know why?
equivalency.
Hold on. Do you want to know why?
I want to ban.
Do you
I want
want-
to ban tanks too.
Do you-
I
do
wanna
you wanna
ban
know
tanks,
why?
too.
Hold
but
on, do you-
legally, we can have tanks right now. You know that.
Do you want to
wanna
know
ban
why?
tanks.
Sir, do you want to know why? Do you understand the Supreme Court ruled it to be unconstitutional? Were you aware of that?
Rule what? I didn't catch what you said. Rule what? to
Were
be
you aware the
unconstitutional?
Supreme Court ruled the ban to be unconstitutional?
Yeah, and then he rolled it back.
No,
So-
they didn't roll it back. I'm gonna calm down because you seem to be fucking retarded. So we'll
All right, so-
disregard the whole
Are
pro
you
Second
opposed
Amendment
to closing
because
the
what you are
border?
saying is
Are
not
you
true.
opposed to closing the border?
Let's
All
get
right,
on to the
wanna
border.
Keep the border open.
Let's get on to the
Because
border.
that's what I was
Let's
talking about.
let's
I mean,
let's get on to the border.
You want to
because
talk about bump
you don't know
stops.
what you're
I'm
talking
not
about when it
talking
comes to the
about
Second
bump
Amendment.
stops. I'm
Let's
talking
go on to the
about
border.
AR-15.
Now, what is Trump gonna do with the border? You tell me that he didn't do in the first time. How is Trump gonna do this? I'm all ears.
Or he's going to enforce the laws that are on the books.
What laws are not being enforced
not-
right now in the books?
Well, there was stop and what was it? Release, catch and release. That was going on the whole time this administration has been in office. That's one positive thing.
What is catch and release
we're
policy?
We're going to reduce a lot of the subsidies that are going to illegal border crossers. That's
What
something that would
subsidies?
help.
Wait. How are we going to reduce as far as the subsidies, whatever subsidies that is, that are going to border crossers? What are you talking about?
I mean, they're giving these people social services right now. What are you talking about?
Social
Housing
services. So
and
as
the
opposed to what?
hotels, school.
So
a lot of things.
So
that
let's think
I
this
mean,
through.
are you trying to argue that they're getting social services? That
I'm
we're
not
paying
arguing
for
that,
with
but
tax
let's
dollars?
think this through. Say you remove that, then what happens to those people who are currently here in the country?
I mean, as far as what he's saying and what he's put in his plan, he said he's going to send these people back where they came
How
from,
do you
and
send?
then they have an
By what
opportunity.
means do you mass deport people? By what means that are already here in the country?
What you do is when you encounter when one of these people encounter law enforcement for any reason, a traffic ticket, jaywalking, whatever the reason might be, when they're found to have what's the equivalent of a warrant, you send their ass wherever they're supposed to go to the proper jurisdiction so they can deal with that person by the law. So
Do you think that's means for mass deportation? Is that what Trump did the first time? No, that you're not mass deportating a group of people who are already here. That's not how that works.
All right. Well, that's your opinion, but it's very
No,
easy
it's
to
not
do.
my opinion. It didn't happen the first time. And how do you think
All
he's
right,
going to
but
get that passed?
It's very easy to do.
So why
easy
did he
to
do it
You
the
asked me
first
how
time?
to do it.
How did it go the first time?
I mean, it wasn't something that was. I mean, you gotta get the other side. You got to make this a bipartisan.
Do you think that Democrats are going to go along with that?
Hey, as long as he's fighting for that instead of fighting along with the people who want to.
What do you mean? As long as he's fighting for? So as long as someone's fighting for something but nothing happens, that's okay. How does that change?
The people can't just. The Democrats can't just open the border and just allow everybody to come in as long as Trump is trying to stop them.
Do you think the border is open right now? Are you trolling me? Do you think the border is open right now?
You think the border is not open right now?
No, it's not.
You think the people who are here already are not being allowed to stay? And you don't think that the border was open, 100% open?
The border has
and
never
now you want to act like,
the border has never been open.
Right, let's play this game, Luke. Let's play this game.
There is no game here being played.
All right, so there's not millions of illegal border crossings that have taken place in the last 4 years.
Did you just hear what you said? You said there are millions of illegal border crossings. Do you know what illegal means? Means that it's not sanctioned by law.
Right.
So does that mean that the border
crossings?
Do you think that the border is open?
You asked me how he would stop that. All you have to do is enforce the laws, like I told you. You can see the people coming across, man. You can see them.
So let me get this straight. You think that the border patrol there is just letting people come on? Let's go on. Just come on into the border.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I think
if
that
that's
there's,
what you
first
believe,
of all, not enough border patrol.
Do you have any data to suggest
there's not
that?
enough border patrol.
Is there any?
I know that
is there any data to suggest that border patrol is just openly allowing people to just come into the country illegally?
Yes, the data is that there's not enough border patrol. That's always been documented.
So
and they know that they don't have enough people there.
Wait, hold on.
So if you don't have enough border
you're arguing
patrol,
two different things.
But you have all this. No, I'm not. Because border patrol, because catch and release. You're not listening. Catch and release is something that we've stopped, right? Apparently. So if a border patrol agent was actually there to see them, because from what I understand, there's one border patrol agent for like 10, 20 miles. Okay, of that stretch of land over there.
So advocating for more border control is not the same thing as saying we have open borders.
And enforce the laws. Yes, it is the same. Because when you have one border patrol agent per 10, 20 miles, you're saying, okay, there's 1 million people trying to come across the border this month, and we're going to have one person cover this vast area of 20 miles, maybe even more than that. I'm not sure on the number exactly, but you know for a fact that that one Border Patrol agent is not going to be able to catch every one of those people that come in that area. So this is just common sense. So if you put more Border Patrol agents and you enforce the laws and you stop incentivizing people to come here and skip the whole process of immigration, notice I haven't said anything about illegal immigration. I'm talking about illegal border crossing. Immigration is a legal process. There's no illegal immigration. So I'm talking about illegal border crossing. Anybody who's seen making an attempt to cross the border, they would have to obviously encounter somebody who works with the Border Patrol. Okay. Now, what's wrong with that? So if we have one Border Patrol agent every half mile, then that would make sense. Then I would say, okay, that would obviously reduce the amount of people, the influx of illegal border crossings happening, at least within this area right here where there's
so what about the legal border
no
crossings?
wall or there is a wall.
So what about the legal border crossings?
Legal border crossing is actually immigration. I have no problem with immigration.
So
I've
can
never
you explain
said
to me
there's
then
an issue with immigration.
what exactly is the difference then?
What's the difference? Come on, Luke.
Let's think of
one is legal, one is a process, one is illegal.
So literally
which is
the only
crime.
difference to you is just that it's illegal.
It's yeah. One is a crime.
So how does that impact you?
I told you. First of all, I can explain this really. When people come over here, okay, when somebody comes over illegally, they're obviously willing to work for less money per hour, regardless of whatever industry they're in, whether they own a landscaping company, because I don't look at these people as competing for field hand jobs or janitorial. These are people who are competitive in all the markets. So if you have a company and you're willing to charge the school for the contract and you beat out the American guy who has to pay all these $15, $20 minimum wages when you don't have to do that, well, they're going to be more competitive with their pricing when they go after these contracts. So I'm affected by that. I don't know if you're affected by that.
How are you affected by it? So what does that have to do as far as with illegal? Wouldn't that do as far as with the person who hires the illegal?
Exactly.
Unless they have a permit to work. So what does that have to do with anything? The issue is not the legal. The issue would be the person who hires the illegal illegally.
No. That's a good point. Right. You're actually. I'm glad. Now I kind of like you a little bit now, because that's really obviously the nucleus of the whole problem. But I can't.
So then the issue isn't the illegal.
But listen, let me. No. The issue is that we want things to be a certain way, but we obviously can see that the left and the right are not going to punish the corporations who employ this labor. That's why when I said earlier, I want to close the border because it's slave labor and it's exploitation of these low-wage workers who are willing to come in here and work in these factories. And yeah, so we're on the same page there. But at the end of the day, both sides support that. Nobody's going
So you're
after
okay with the mass influx of immigrants. It's just the legal ones that you don't like.
I mean, I don't see a mass influx.
You do understand that Trump is for mass immigration.
Immigration, but that's a controlled process. That's not like everybody just pop up today and go to a hotel and enroll your kids in school, even if they don't speak English.
You do understand illegal immigration is a controlled process as well, right? Because there is a process for illegal immigration. So you believe legal immigration is manageable, illegal immigration is manageable?
Yes.
Is not manageable?
There is no illegal immigration. There's no such thing as illegal immigration. It's illegal border crossings, which causes an influx of people who need to rely on social services from the very moment.
So
they
how
get
is that
here,
different
or
from
they
the
gonna
legal
starve.
migrants who come over here?
The legal migrants go to places where they can be helped, and they're not allowed in if they can't be helped.
So why would
Or
the
the
legal
resources, they'll be
migrant
met
go to
with the
places that they
resources
can be
that they
helped,
need.
but the illegal migrant not go to places that they can be helped?
Illegal migrants are not supposed to be here. The legal migrants need the resources
So
that the
literally the
illegal
only
migrants are
difference to you
jumping
is
the line
law.
to get.
So what happened if the law changes and we make all the illegal migrants citizens?
Hey man, we cross that bridge when we come to it. But I don't hear anybody saying they want to do that in the Trump administration. Even though
No, he's just advocating
there
for
is
massive migration.
migration, not illegal.
Sir, I think you
immigration.
believe
Not
that there's a
not
difference when it comes to
Not
your
illegal
job
border crossing.
security. There's not.
I actually don't have a job, bro. I haven't worked for any. Well, I've worked for 17 years in behavioral health, but I work for myself. So let's just be clear.
Then you
on
do have a job.
that. It's not a job. I have a business.
Then
but
you
let's
have
not get
a
into that.
job.
I understand semantics, tomato.
It's
I
not
get it, but I just wanted to be
semantics.
clear on my position. It may open up your eyes to why I'm leaning right this time. It just might. That's the only reason why I alluded to that I'm an employer. So
Nothing
the way
what
that
you're
the,
saying would have
the,
any
Bidenomics-
impact. But hold on, but nothing what you're saying would have any impact. And I'm flabbergasted at the idiocy here. Because what you're saying is
it does.
Hold on, because
it's
hold on.
pricing and everything is directly
Hold
tied
on, because
to
you don't know
illegal
how the
border
government works.
crossing.
If you understand that one side, right, doesn't agree with the policies that are trying to be enacted by the other side, then what you come to is a stalemate, meaning you don't get anything. Meaning that
No,
what
no,
you
you
hope
gotta
is going to
consider the
happen
trade-off.
is not going to happen, just like it didn't happen in the first time he got elected.
No, what you do is you consider the trade-off. I realized that there were things that I would have
So
liked
let
to
me.
happen.
So the
or would
trade-off
have
is
seen
this:
more of,
How
but it
does-
didn't happen the
I
way that
understand.
it was promised.
So let me.
But
Maybe you
the
don't know
other
some other
side is
policies that he's
literally
advocating for.
promising to go in the other direction.
I understand.
I'm not going to vote for the people who are promising.
Do you think
to
that's a
do the
good
opposite of
trade-off
what I
when it
want.
comes to as far as giving officers immunity from prosecution? Do you think that's a good trade-off?
No, I don't like that. But it's a good trade-off as far as certain other things. Like if I got to choose between that and
Okay, do you
and
think it's
my
a good
daughter's
trade-off?
playing sports
Do you
with
think it's a
kids,
good
with
trade-off when it
boys
comes
and
to
shit like that.
reenacting stop and frisk in Chicago?
Hey man, in Philly, we got a Democrat doing stop and frisk right now, so I'm already getting seasoned to it. This is what I'm saying. I don't
Sir,
I don't
who
like
is doing
stop and frisk.
right now?
Sherelle Parker in Philadelphia, the mayor of a city of the first class, she can do whatever she wanted. And we're doing stop and frisk from the day that she got in office. And that's been a few months now.
When
So
did she,
Sherelle Parker
when
is
did
a
she say
Democrat.
that?
It's not no say. They stop and frisk right now in Philly. She's not saying it anymore. She's doing it. Stop and frisk in Philadelphia.
So when did she advocate for that?
Pennsylvania. Throughout her whole campaign, it was on her top of mind. Stop and frisk is what she's going to do. And they voted her in, bro.
So
She's a Democrat.
you
Who
want more of
supports
that?
Kamala Harris, by the way. No,
So-
what I'm saying is the trade-off is literally what I'm going to have to consider. I don't want.
But there is no
stop and
trade-off
frisk,
there.
But if I have to, there is, because all right, if I say I don't want stop and frisk, but I want school choice. I don't want.
How does school
I don't want
choice?
stop
I
and
hear school
frisk, but
choice. What do you think school choice is going to do?
I think it's going to be a lot better as a former educator in behavioral health.
How is school choice going to be a lot
clinician.
better?
I think it's going to be a lot better than the public school system. I mean,
But how though? I don't understand how. That's what I fail to
tell
understand.
you, bro. You gotta let me explain it. So how this works with the public school system? Every student gets essentially $13,000 stipend that's paid to the public school per their enrollment. So with school choice, they get to go and take that $13,000 and go to whichever school so they're no longer relegated to their zip code. They can go to whatever school can teach them based on the style of learning that they're most equipped with.
So how does that benefit the kids?
That's exactly what they need. So
Listen,
you would
okay,
have
listen.
to
I don't
know
know.
a
I
little
don't
bit
know.
about
Hold on.
educating.
I don't know if you happen to know. I don't know where you grew up. Where I grew up, what you're
In
saying
Philly.
wouldn't benefit me at all, right?
All right, it would benefit all public
why
school
not?
students
Hold on.
all across
wouldn't
the
it
country.
Wouldn't it benefit the
You gotta be
kids
kidding me.
to focus on the public schools than to have them travel out of their zip code? Because many of these kids are in socioeconomic disadvantaged communities, so they're not going to have the resources to go out of their zip code that much to find this magical school. Then it's going to, as far as fluster and overwhelm the schools when they have all these people talking about, well, I have a voucher, I have a voucher, I have a voucher. It's not going to benefit anyone. It's not going to fix the problem.
No, that's not how that works. Well, there's obviously a busing program that would accommodate all the students who live in a different zip code, but every kid is not going to see if they're going to be schools. Obviously, there's 7 different ways to learn. Let me just break it down.
Wouldn't
7
it be
different ways to learn, so
beneficial to
obviously
fix
there's
the
at least
schools
7
that's
different ways to
near
teach.
them? Wouldn't
So
that
a
be
kid
more of a
can go
benefit
to a
than have
school
them to
that
go
is-
to other schools in predominantly white neighborhoods?
No, it's not about white neighborhoods. There are some schools who are just better equipped to teach certain students who learn it kinetically or through oration or whatever the case may be. There are schools and curriculums that are just more equipped to teach certain kids.
Based on what, though? Wouldn't it make sense as far as to get those teachers or to get those curriculum and implement it in the schools that are near them so they don't have to commute?
Hey, man, look, it's not possible to do all these things in one school. So there have to be schools that are more equipped
I'm not asking to do all these things in one school, but the concept of you believing that black kids, poor black kids, just because they have a voucher to get out of their zip code.
It ain't about black kids. I didn't say black. I'm talking
Well,
about
that's what I'm
kid.
talking about. I'm talking about black kids. What are you talking about? Black kids are the most underserviced as far as when it comes to education. What do you mean? And it's predominantly due to the communities that they're in.
I'm talking about black kids too, but I'm just talking about any kid in
was to
public school.
benefit predominantly black children.
Well, this would definitely benefit black children because at this rate, it's about 73% illiteracy.
So why is that?
Obviously, these kids are not being.
Hold on. Don't you think it's a bigger solution to focus on the kids that are near those students than to force them to go out of their neighborhood?
No, not force them. See, that's what the whole thing. It's not called school force. It's called school choice.
Sure.
You stay at the school
you're
if it works for you
you're
there.
forcing them to
if
go
it doesn't
out of their
work for
neighborhood.
You have the option.
You're forcing them to go out of their neighborhood because what
no,
that's listen. Hold on.
Force?
Listen to what school choice is. School choice is saying that the school near you is inadequate and we're not going to do anything. So instead of fixing that school, we're going to force you to go out of your zip code to another school, which is predominantly white in a more affluent neighborhood.
No, that's not at all.
That's literally what it is.
No, it's not though, sir. It's just not. Now I can explain it real quick because it's not just a matter of a school that's in a white community or a black community. There are just certain institutions that are better equipped.
Sir, you keep on saying that better equipped. Do you know how schools are equipped? Do the
Dude,
income
I just
around
told
them?
you I was an
don't
educator.
give a fuck
you
if you are a part
been.
of the school system. There are many students,
Well,
there are many teachers and
not
people
care?
in the school system that are ignorant.
Me on this one.
Are completely ignorant.
I mean, damn,
I don't go to as far as an appeal to a higher authority because what you're saying is ignorant.
I didn't say
You keep on saying, well, they have the curriculum and they have the resources. Why do you think that they had that curriculum, they had those resources? Due to the affluent neighborhoods that surround them.
I know. I don't think anything.
Okay,
I know.
then why do you think that is? Is your school?
I'm 100% aware.
That's great.
I'm in
so
the loop.
School that you're being surrounded,
you don't know.
Is it a bunch of poor white kids that are going to these schools with amazing curriculum?
With amazing, no, not poor white kids.
Is it poor black kids? Is it poor Asian kids? Or is it probably a more affluent neighborhood?
Nowhere. It's going, yeah.
Okay, then. But that's my point.
But you're focusing on. You're not focusing on the curriculum.
Get
and
the fuck out of here, nigga. You're a stupid fuck.
And what they're equipped with.
Die of fucking coronavirus. You're a dumb, actual fucking idiot. Well, you don't understand it's a curriculum. Nigga, if it's the curriculum, then we can control, copy, and paste it at the public school, you stupid fuck. What are you talking about? It's the curriculum. If it was that simple, you don't think that these niggas were like, well, what's the curriculum over there? Okay, well, let's have that curriculum over here. This is what I'm talking about. These are the niggas who are teaching our kids. No wonder our literacy rate is fucking in the toilet. You're stupid as fuck. You're a goddamn moron. Fucking eat the curriculum. Yes, because that's what it is. It's the curriculum. Has nothing to do with the quality or the education or the tools that these teachers have. Has nothing to do with that. It's the curriculum. Okay, absolutely. Do you think that these fucking PWIs are going to have these little poor black and brown kids in their neighborhood? Is that what you think? Do you think they're going to be treated the same? I can tell you as a fact that that's not going to happen. Okay? I can tell you as a fact. I am living proof of what you're saying listen, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Instead of addressing the schools that are in the area, do you understand how much of a blessing it would have been as far as the school that was near me was competent and wasn't as far as gang riddled? Huh? Or if the teachers there actually cared, or if they had the funding for those schools and it wasn't being misappropriated as it is in many HBCUs or whatnot? What are you fucking talking about? This is what I'm talking about. You're putting a band-aid on my problem, talking about, well, don't go there, nigga. Go over there. In a more than likely hostile fucking environment. And you think that's going to solve it. You're a fucking goddamn moron. You niggas is fucking retarded. Absolutely fucking retarded. Lord in heaven. It's just fucking crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. And then hearing stop and frisk. Lord in heaven, bruh. Stop and frisk. The Terry stop should be fucking gone. That's what it should be done. It should be fucking gone. Because that's what that is, the Terry stop. Fucking gone. That is harassment. They showed that to be the case in fucking New York. That how the police, NYPD, was using it was fucking harassment of black and Hispanic people. Fucking harassment. Now, you can say what the fuck you want to say, but if you don't think that's going to be levied against you, you're crazy. That should not be promoted or co-signed in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. What is wrong with you? And then him trying to dance around the fucking bump stock. Oh, it makes your gun automatic. It makes it a machine gun. Nigga, what? And somehow that's pro-Second Amendment? You niggas are fucking goddamn retarded. Okay? I swear to fucking God. Lord in heaven. Don't know what the fuck you talking about. Bump stock makes your gun an automatic. Makes you the machine gun. What? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, bruh. We're fucking cooked. No wonder we're in the same predicament we are. Because you niggas is slow. You niggas know so much about football and nothing about fucking politics. You niggas is actually fucking retarded. I should stop saying retarded because there are actually retarded people who are more intelligent than some of y'all. This is fucking disgusting, bruh. We're the school choice and then we're the border. Nigga, how are you going to get it done if the other party's like, nah, fuck that? Well, it's the point that he wants to get it done. So now it's the whole concept of what you want to do and not what is actually feasible? Nigga, I wish I could say something, but I can't due to YouTube's restrictions. But genuinely, we should fucking honestly do some Mortal Kombat on some of these people. Some Mortal Kombat needs to be done on some of these people, bruh. Because these people need to be wiped off the face of the planet. Put them in a bag and send them to the fucking moon. Let all these black fucking ignorants go to the moon. You niggas is useless. You're destroying our fucking communities. You're fucking over our women. Okay? You niggas is fucking useless. Okay? Absolutely fucking useless. You're causing all the problem in our community. You guys are the problem. Because you're fucking stupid. You have no utility in the community. None. The only utility you have is to fucking be used as a poster image for everyone else. They use the fuckery that you black ignorants do and label everyone else. Look, they a criminal. They do crime just like all of them. They dumb just like everyone else. We are living in idiocracy thanks to the black fucking ignorance in the community. And that goes for all the grifters too. Well, FBA and you need to do this and all that. Don't know fucking anything about anything. I'm sick and fucking tired of it, bruh. These niggas need to be wiped clean. They need to be fucking destroyed from this country. Send them to fucking somewhere else, bruh. That's who needs to be deported. These black fucking ignorants need to go somewhere else, bruh. We can't get shit done. Can't get fucking shit done. Because there's always that one nigga who wants to fucking mess up the fucking party. Always wants to be disruptive. Everybody's on code. Hey, how we gonna do this? Man, that ain't gonna happen. We gonna demand it. What? Man, bruh. Fuck them tedders. Them tedders ain't gonna do nothing, bruh. What? You black ignorants are fucking the dregs of the community. And you guys always have been. Always. Well, I'm gonna vote for Obama because cause I like Obama. What? Well, yeah, I'm gonna do that because that's what need to happen. You old fucking goddamn morons, bro. Any nigga who talks about fucking that's a trick bag, the nigga should be fucking deported on sight. Okay, that's a trick bag. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's what they trying to do. Because they are fucking spreading poison in the community. Because we already have a bunch of fucking idiots as is who don't know fucking anything about anything, and they listen to a goofy nigga tell them something, and they go on spread it to everyone else. Well, you know what? That right. He right. You know he right. Bunch of fucking idiots. If we could somehow use law enforcement to our benefit, I wouldn't have a problem. But instead, who are they killing? Breonna Taylor, Elijah McClain, Willie McCoy. They killing the good ones. Kill these stupid fucks who are talking the way he's talking. While if law enforcement wants to do something, go attack them. Kill the goofy Negroes who don't know shit about anything. Nigga, do you know anything who your representative is? Man, why do I care about the House of Representatives? That don't mean anything. I want reparations. Let me call the police. Give me a second. Hello, officer. Yes, this nigga's got a gun. That's what we should be doing. We should honestly be self-filtering the community. Use law enforcement for our benefit. You talk to a dumb nigga who's got 3 baby mamas, call the police on that nigga. Call the police. Now, I'm not saying file a fake police report. I'm not saying that, but there has to be some crime he's committing. Has to be. Set that nigga up. That's what you should do. If there's a fucking black woman out there that's coming out having 4 and 6 abortions, got 6 baby daddies or some shit, call the police on that bitch. Call the police on her. You know what? I think she may have a warrant out. I don't know. The way she's acting is very abnormal. Can we get a safety check? That's what you need to do. Get a safety check on these dumb fuckers. Get a safety check. I just think we need to have a safety check. Yeah, can you go and visit Deshaun? He just didn't seem right when I spoke to him earlier today. Set these goofy niggas up. That's what needs to happen. Because they have no usefulness in the community. None. Fucking zero. A welfare check. Yeah. Have a welfare check on these stupid fucks. Just absolute fucking, just goddamn morons. How are you supposed to build anything? And niggas, they're not even open to fucking learn. That's the disrespectful part. You're not even open to learn. It's just, and then just illogical. That's what should happen, bro. Where's fucking Farrakhan? Tell Farrakhan, Rizza Islam, that's what y'all niggas need to do. Get welfare checks on these goofy Negroes, bro. These niggas constantly fucking selling drugs in the community. Constantly fucking shooting up. Constantly repping up fucking their gangs and shit. Get a welfare check on these niggas, bruh. Set these niggas up. These stupid black women who are holding their guns in the club, who are gassing them up. Oh, I love me a thug. Get a welfare check on these stupid bitches. That's what needs to happen. We got to use the system for our benefit. That's what needs to happen. We need to use the system for our benefit. These fucking hustlers who are constantly extracting money from the community and don't have anything to fucking show for it. Give a welfare check on these niggas. Because that's not illegal, because there's clearly something not right with them. What type of nigga takes everything from the community and gives nothing back? Get a welfare check on that nigga. Hit them up.
Welcome.
That's what should be happening. It's as simple as that. I'm just sick and tired of seeing this stupid shit go on day after day. It's crazy. It's insane. Like, you constantly want to talk about white supremacy. White supremacy doesn't have not a fucking... White supremacy doesn't stand a fucking candle to a smart black man and a smart black woman. Not a fucking goddamn candle. White supremacy can suck my fucking dick. Okay? Why do we keep on acting like white supremacy, white supremacy? What? This is the whole hustle. The whole hustle is to make you believe that in this system, white supremacy, you can't do anything. Fuck you. That's what I say. Any fucking nigga who's saying that stupid shit, I don't give a fuck if it's Tariq to goddamn Kamala Harris to Biden to, I don't give a fuck who it is, bro. Okay? Fuck them. Tell them to suck a dick and give a welfare check on them. Because that is a hustle, bro. Anytime we, as far as put our minds together and we put our action together, we fucking succeed. History is fucking proof of that. That's why they have to constantly rewrite that shit. They constantly have to rewrite it. Well, that didn't actually happen. The hell it did. Yes, it fucking did. They constantly want you to believe and gaslight you into believing there ain't nothing you can do. Well, you know what? They but two sides of the same bird. Nah, fuck you and kill. Go get a fucking fatality in fucking Mortal Kombat. I'm sick and tired of mofos telling us this stupid fucking shit, bruh. Stop telling me this shit. Stop telling me. If you don't like the system, then fuck the system. Let's put some people in there that will do according to our bidding. And if it's not our bidding, because I understand we're 13% of the population, businesses make up less than 1%. I understand that. At least it doesn't have to be the fuckery that we have now. What are we talking about? So any Negro who constantly wants to group niggas together for their benefit, fuck them. Welfare check. That's what needs to happen. You want to get a group of niggas for a fucking reparations rally or a conference and then have no fucking plan to get reparations? No, fuck you. Welfare check, nigga. That's what happens. Welfare check these niggas. That's what needs to happen. Y'all know about pocket check. Welfare check these niggas. That's what needs to happen. Fucking air them the fuck out of the community, out of the collective. Because there are actual people who are doing work and we never hear about them. There are actual people who are doing work in the communities and we never fucking hear about them. They don't get the same support as these fucking hustlers and grifters. They get nothing, but yet they're doing the work. Day in and day out with no one even knowing their fucking names. The people in the community don't even fucking know who they are. That's who should be having the spotlight. Not these fucking hustlers. These fucking race hustlers, and that's what many of them are. You constantly want to talk about fucking saltine and cracker and white people and all this, but what are you doing though? How do we defeat that then? Stop telling me about these fucking racist pieces of shit. How do we defeat them? How do we build a business so I don't have to worry and depend on the fucking racists? Can you tell me that? No, they never have any fucking solutions. They never have any fucking answers, bruh. Never any fucking answers. Never. Because the moment they have answers, then we don't have to listen to them. The moment they give us answers to the white supremacy, to the racists at the fucking park or the racists at the department, then we don't have to listen to them. So it's all a fucking hustle to have us stay stagnant. And this is what has been happening for 60 goddamn years, bruh. Over 60 fucking years. And we still in the same fucking place having issues with fucking illegals? Nigga, we shouldn't even be concerned about illegals. That should be on the bottom of our fucking list. But we have remained stagnant because of the people that we have been listening to have not offered any fucking actual solutions. They constantly want to scream tangibles, and the only tangibles that I see are what's in their fucking backyard, is that what they're driving. Constantly. Nigga, you constantly keep on getting tangibles, and the rest of us don't. Make that make sense. Riddle me that, Batman. How the fuck every single time I see you, you have this tangible, that tangible, this tangible? Where the fuck are you getting your tangibles? Huh? You niggas it's just fucking wild, bro. It's really wild. 571, what's the disagreement?
Yo, I was just calling about, you fuck with Dr. Umar, right?
No, not really, because he's been saying some stupid shit.
I was only, because, bro, I've been watching some of your videos, and you said, like, you kind of agree with Dr. Umar. As a person who's multiracial, I just want to know what views you agree with.
When it comes to as far as who's controlling, as far as the media, as far as the culture, when it comes to the diaspora of being a collective and working together, he's 100% correct.
I agree with that. I'm not going to lie. It's just the only thing I genuinely like why I can't listen to him is like he's very anti-multiracial, and like that's the main reason why I can't as a multiracial person. That's all I wanted to say.
The issue when it comes to multiracial, where I agree with him in some extent, is that in many cases, what he makes the claim is that if you have two races and one race is doing better than the other, then what you're going to have is the person claim that either A, they're multiracial, or B, they're going to claim the race that's doing better. And in any comparison of any race with Black Americans, the other race is going to be doing substantially better. So what that usually leads to is creating someone who benefits that race and forgets as far as Black Americans. And the only thing that prevents that is either a strong Black man or a strong Black woman. That's the only thing that prevents that mindset from instilling in the youth. Because it's going to be reinforced in their schools, it's going to be reinforced in their work environment, it's going to be reinforced in the movies they watch, it's going to be reinforced in the politics, it's going to be reinforced in multiple mediums. So if there's no one that's preventing that or mitigating that propaganda entering their head, then that is what's going to happen. And they will be used by the other group, to the detriment of Black Americans. That's the only reason. Now, the issue is that that's not to say that that doesn't happen already with Black people. We already have Sambos. So that's where the whole concept of, hey, not all skin folk are kinfolk. Because if that mindset is so pervasive that it can seep into a Black woman and Black man, then what chance does it have when it comes to a person who's not whose parents aren't both Black? Then you really have to be careful about that, because it's very easy. It's very easy.
I do agree, and I'm gonna say this straight up. My mom's Black and my dad's white, but like my dad grew up in like the poor neighborhood, so he was exposed to like many Black people. So he grew up not racist. He grew up with a lot of Black people in his life, you know. So he understood the difference between white and Black. And he's the one that gave me the talk about policing Black people a certain way. And that's why I've always respected my dad, because my parents have been together for 25 years. My mom's Black, my dad's white. And that's one thing I just could never, that's why I could not listen to Dr. Umar. But I agree with Dr. Umar on a lot of things. And you were right, 100%.
Yeah, that's same here. I don't disagree. Because in many cases, many poor whites and Blacks have very much in common. And we have historically. It wasn't until as far as the whole movement, as far as via Lyndon Johnson, of making making your color as far as have currency, of making as far as the concept of being white in and of itself being superior. Because now it muddies the waters when it comes to poor whites who are just being, screwed over like poor blacks. Now they had something to cling on to. Whereas now the color of my skin makes me superior. So I may be in the same trailer park that you are. I may be on the same food stamps that you are, but I'm white. So that makes me superior.
100%. 100%. That's all I wanted to say. I fuck with your content. That's all I wanted to say, bro. You take care.
Appreciate it. Take care. Yeah. And that has done more harm to this country than anything on the face of the planet. Because that's where you get fucking these dumbass January 6ers talking about we got to take back the country and from the fucking, the blacks are doing the crime and stuff like that. And it's wild thing to see a person in a trailer park with fucking 3 teeth calling you an N-word and a monkey and trying to malign you as some criminal of the country. It's a wild fucking thing to see. A wild thing to see. But that mindset has there's nothing that stopped it, right? There's nothing that has stopped that mindset. So if it hasn't been mitigated and it hasn't been stopped, then it's going to continue to pursue, as we can see presently. But I'm just saying, it just, I don't know, man. It doesn't make any sense to me. It just really doesn't make any sense to me. But there's a lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. And my opinion can change as time goes on. The more I learn, the more I educate myself, the more it can change. But at this moment in time, it seems to be a waste. It just seems to be a waste because the only thing that can save us is honestly an eradication of fucking black ignorance. That's the only thing I see. Because there's too much money put in to the destruction of black America. Money talks, bullshit walks. There's too much money being invested to the destruction of black America. So it's very difficult. It's a very uphill battle. 773. What's the disagreement?
Yeah, it was good, Lucas. Want to say, man, you made a lot of great points, man. I would say that I do disagree that as per part of the solution, I don't think I get the sentiment that you want to yeet a lot of these some of these black ignorant people. But I think that per what I thought about as for the solution is that they are kind of necessary for the solution. And I can tell you why. If you let me hear me out. A lot of these guys are confused, obviously, and throughout history, if you look at like some of the points you made, even about history and how a lot of manipulation and things has happened, and the trauma and stuff like that has happened that's led people to be confused. You know what I'm saying? And I can think of one example presently why a lot of niggas, even in Chicago, because I'm from Chicago, are really confused politically, right? Because I've actually attended certain events alongside, mentors and shit like that, where, I was in there and I met Lightfoot and I just watched and I was just trying to absorb the information. But what a lot of people don't understand why they don't get anything, right, is that, especially with the Democratic Party, first off, with the Republicans, like you said, they don't want to give you shit. So that's first off. With the Democrats, what happens is, even if they say there's like a grant for violence prevention and it's about $300 million, right? First off, they're not just finna just go out and just like, hey, let's just start handing out money. First, there's gonna be like a conference, a meeting, or a celebratory event or something like that they bring people in, or local leaders, or whoever the fuck it is, right? Now, you would attend those events and you would be surprised at how many fucking white faces are at those events for violence prevention, right? And then on top of that, they don't live in the area, right? So the reason sometimes they don't get a lot of money is because the people, once that money comes out, the people who got their hand out they don't live where you live at. They don't talk like you, they didn't grow up like you, and they don't look like you. Some of the times. Sometimes you do get those black pastors there, but they're not really for you. So by the time you hear about it, and all you hear is, oh, there's $300 million out there, but you will never really see it because they can't just go directly to you and give it to you, right? Because all those things come with stipulations. So it's the hands that are stuck out before they even get to you that's taking most of it and reusing it, packaging it, and using it not what it's really was supposed to be used for, right? And that's why they usually don't see anything. And then for us, the reason that you don't really see it is because we don't have too many well-established organizations, or like you said, like the lack of organizations, to be able to capitalize off of stuff like that, right? And then you already talked about the problem if they made it personal to just black people, right? You can't just put that down like that, right? Not on a bill or a law, piece of paper or something like that. You can't just put that down. It's always a blanket term like underprivileged or statistically disadvantaged or something like that, right? And then obviously we know most of the people who are statistically disadvantaged is black people. But I think that's where a lot of them that end up making them politically retarded is because they really just confused, right? And I think part of it is that they have the misconception that they speak from a position of being American, as in the term of like how they say in the media how they gonna treat Americans. Okay, you got Americans, then there's African Americans. Whatever they say Americans supposed to be treated, we gotta understand we not gonna get treated the same way, which is the thing. So my thing is like we need a whole rebranding, and I think the black community needs to be treated like a corporation. We and this is just me personally. I think there's many other avenues that we can't really control as far as business wise, right? You look at labor, we already became a second minority to the Mexicans. They didn't came over, and even when dude was talking about the border thing, there's a lot of things that they gotta start critically thinking. The Mexican people, they bought their way in. It's business. Like you said, it's business. They bought their way in. The largest, they just became last year, I think Mexico is the largest exporter for the U.S. since 2023. They just surpassed China as far as exports, right? So the whole immigration thing, you put two and two together, shit starts to make sense. So for me, I'm thinking that the biggest solution for us, I think the only way we could do anything is really consolidating the black dollar, right? And then that's where a lot of the ignorance, even though it is frustrating, but they speak from a place of confusion, right? It's like what dude came to you when he first called, not the previous caller, not the one before him. Dude came off being indirectly insulting anyways by saying like, oh man, most of the people that voted for Kamala is gay. He basically trying to indirectly say you got a little bit of sugar in your tank, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, which is completely disrespectful. But and on another note, you know, it's probably because he's seen you combing your beard, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You comb your beard, the beard looking too perfect, bro. You comb your beard like I pick my hair, niggas gonna feel salty, bro. You gotta take that. That's on you. I'm just saying. I'm gonna just throw that out there. But nah, consolidating the black. I think that's unless somebody else got anything else, I don't see any other way for us to really maneuver. Like you said, trying to talk to these people, it's already a fractured mindset, and that comes from a whole bunch of that was invested in with our media and a whole bunch of other shit. And then even the thing that dude brought up with the illiteracy is a little bit misleading statistically, because there was another study where the literacy is not meant to mean unintelligent, because they did another test where they tested certain white youth and then certain underprivileged youth, was usually mostly black and a little bit Mexican or whatever the case may be. But the test was to test creative intelligence, right? Where it's not logical, mathematical, and just straightforwardness about, which is usually how the U.S. usually works, the system works. But when it came to creative intelligence, we far outscored them, even though we was underprivileged, right? And then they started to analyze certain things and why it was impacting is mostly the stuff outside of the classroom. Go figure, right? But I think that the best shot we got is to consolidate the black dollar, and the best way I'm thinking that we can do that is through services, right? Goods and services, in order to accumulate assets, which I think will eventually be able to give us economic sovereignty. But obviously, before we get to that, that's the main goal, is what I think, right? And I also want to ask a question to you though, too, before I get into it, which is how do you see Kamala? Because that's my ask, right? Getting the black community to economic sovereignty, being able to create that security where, regardless of whoever's in there, it don't matter whoever's in there, you can't just come over here and just start stepping on my grass and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think I think that's the best we can wish for. I don't think we can be on par with the white Americans, the Mexicans. I don't think we can fight for that, but I think we can get to a point where at least motherfuckers ain't just walking over here and throwing stones in my house, right? Where we build up something, like you said, a fist, where if you come over here, I'm gonna throw something back at you.
I just don't see that happening, unfortunately. I feel like this is the end. Because everyone who has a platform with Kamala Harris, they're either tap dancing like fucking Steve Harvey, talking about I'm gonna lob her questions and shit like that, or they're not even listening to her at all. They're just complaining. And that's not how that's done. If they were complaining, I would rather they go guerrilla style and infiltrate either her campaign, infiltrate where she's speaking.
Right. But that even then, that's like I said, that comes from the instability that we was already talking about. So it's hard for me to really expect that from.
So then we're done. So that's the thing. That's the issue I have, is that we're done. We're absolutely cooked. Because this is just a repeat of every other fucking election, every single one.
Right. But I think the point that you got, where you got to point at, is that we won't we cooked, but you're not crispy, my nigga. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want to you could be we cook, but you're not crispy.
We are crispy because if Kamala is talking about as far as a past not birthright citizen, but a pathway to citizenship, and Trump is talking about importing more people because we need them because of AI, we are cooked by default then, because we're already a super minority, and then we're going to be bringing in people who are of a different mindset than us. We can't organize and we can't mobilize for our benefit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know how do we progress? How is it a W? Because the only people it's going to be a W for are for black people who are already doing their shit right now.
Mm-hmm.
If there are black people already winning right now, despite all the nonsense, and they're going to keep on winning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm thinking of right now, right? I'm not thinking of this term or whoever's elected. For me, what I think is because who is the least of the two evils, right? And is the evil of whichever one that detrimental that we can't, like you said, mobilize? And that's what I was getting from you when you were saying yo, the best chance you got is to vote for Kamala, because at least it won't put you right away at a point of you are completely just no.
But it's getting to the point where it doesn't matter. That's the problem I have. Because right now, I'm at the point where it really doesn't matter if Trump or Kamala wins. Because if you have no political, if you don't have a hand at the table, then it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. Because Trump is going to do what Trump is going to do, and then Kamala's going to do what Kamala's going to do. So it doesn't matter because nobody is doing anything for you.
Right, and that's the thing where I said we need to incorporate, where we basically, the black community we need to think of our political stance from a business standpoint, right? You got to buy your way in. And my thing is for us, which is the one thing I know that's constant, regardless of you a retarded ass nigga, you a smart ass nigga, is that if you live here or wherever the fuck you are, you're gonna spend money, right? Your toilet needs fixing. You need a place to stay. You need goods and service. Motherfucker, you got a TV. Nigga, you got cable. You're going to spend money regardless. And right now, like we said, we represent only 1% of, or 1 or 2% of the whole economic wealth of the country. But if you look at black people as an industry, we are what, 4.6 billion every year. So if we able to take half that or even a quarter of that, right, and then reinvest it, right? So that's where I see that even the ignorant people, you gotta spend money, right? So my thing is that it's gonna take the because it's more so like a sales. I remember when I was in sports management, and it's talking about customers, and where you had the minority group who was the one who led the charge for new trends and ways that the majority, right, would end up following after maybe 6 months later, right? These people will be stuck over here, but the people who are critically thinking, look for deals, they're the ones who end up setting trends, which is why businesses end up trying to advertise towards them first, because then they know once they come, then they will bring along the rest. So that's what I'm looking at as far as like, we need that 20% people, because they are out there, right? We're not gonna deny that. We just out fucking numbered, right? We outnumbered. You got people in your chat right now who think similar to you, right? And I would hope that y'all think similarly business-wise. I would hope so. Fuck, shit. If you don't, then, oh my God. Then I might be along with you, like we fucking cooked. But I'm just offering a suggestion where we might have a chance to buy. We're not going to be able to be, I would say, on an equal level.
In place for that to happen.
What do you expound upon that? What do you mean?
There's nothing in place for black people to just spend their money towards a target.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, building it, right? It don't take.
But how many times? How long have you heard that? I've heard that for a while now. And nothing has come of it.
What were some of the ways that they tried to initiate it?
There has never been any type of initiation.
This is what they just talking.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, no. This is like even myself, even in the people I'm around, like you said, because you just even brought up there's people, there's organizations out there where they are trying to help. I myself is
but they're not going to do anything without as far as the bigger collective. That's the problem.
Right, that's what I mean. But you can't bring the collective together with just words. You already trying that, and you seeing that's why you're saying that we're cooked. I'm saying that the way that we bring them in is you have to incentivize them. People are confused, hurt, traumatized, and all types of fucked up. And and honestly, what would help out a lot with this plan is that a lot of people need to shut the fuck up. Not talking about you, or me. But I'm saying that there's so many voices out there, and what you saying, like Umar, these niggas who have pieces of it, but then you seeing that their total intentions aren't towards the betterment of the collective, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, you got people over there, you got people they're getting pulled everywhere, especially Black Americans. And meant for us to be fractured, because when, like you said, smart Black women, smart Black men come together, that shit, like, bruh, it's yeah, we stomping on niggas. So obviously that's why it's so like so much energy spent towards fracturing and burying us. I mean, to like they don't need us no more, right? But at least I'm thinking, like, right now, everybody still spends money, and that's where we can capitalize on it. But the only way we do it is that we need investments, right, from smart individuals, because people in like a business understand.
No smart individual is going to invest in Black America.
But that's the see. Obviously, they wouldn't invest in Black America, but you don't call it Black America, because we're not just only gonna sell to Black America. Just like you just said before, you have to say it a certain type of way. You got to come to these people a certain type of way. You can't just come up with the hoorah FBA bullshit. No, that is as soon as you come up and start talking about Black Power, Black FBA, and all this other stuff, and you're trying to like sell that, you are already not for Black people as a collective, right? Because if these people are already adamantly against us, you coming out, putting your flag up and waving it like this, when you know we outnumbered, you just trying to get niggas slaughtered. Like you like you a shepherd leading niggas to slaughter, right? In which that's what you was pointing out, but you don't label it as corporate or Black corporate America. It's gonna be labeled something else, but it just so happens that there's a lot of people who, hey, or we say disenfranchised people. How about that? And we don't only sell to Black people. That's a good thing about goods and services, is that it's just whoever got the money. Oh yeah, I'm gonna sell it to you. The dollar don't discriminate on this side. If you're doing business the right way, you agree?
I agree.
So that's the thing. We don't say it that way, and that's where a lot of people get wrong. That's how you get shot, bro. You yelling like I'm trying to fight. Yeah, all right, here you go. Pow, here's some bullets for you. Eat that lead. Facts, right? But if we do it in a way where I'm thinking this, right? Because we have a not-for-profit, right? And the one thing I learned about the not-for-profits can have affiliates and chapters. And those can be for-profit. And then those for-profits get the same type of benefits as a non-profit because it's under the parent organization, right? So what I'm thinking is that we try to invest or advocate for as many services with Black owners, right? Many services and as many industries as we can, because I'm looking, like you said, that a lot of these industries are already being controlled by certain groups, right? And they ain't finna just let you walk in there. But the only freedom that I'm thinking we have is where you spend your money, right? And they even have, like you said, that's where that whole the red line and the gentrification shit happens with us, where they try to make you spend your money a certain type of way, where the businesses in your neighborhood aren't people who stay in your neighborhood or who look like you, right? So they're trying to control your spending and where it goes. So that's what I'm thinking, is that if we get enough smart individuals, right, where we offer them services, right, this is how you get to the ignorant motherfuckers, because I know you need to spend money. And then the pseudo intellectual motherfuckers who don't know that they dumb, like the dude who was trying to talk to you about immigration and call you gay or some shit, right? He think he intellectual, he think he's smart, but you're confused. You're speaking from a perspective that you think you got equal rights out here. Like if you and a white person stood next together, you can yell like he can yell. No, nigga, fuck no, right? That's what makes you stupid. Not the information that you know. You're not uninformed. Well, no, you are uninformed, but you're confused, right? But even confused and dumb motherfuckers spend money, and that's what Trump knows. That's the same thing. They know dumb motherfuckers spend money, and they consolidate all they stupid motherfuckers. That's how nigga can keep. Do you disagree with that, or?
No, I don't disagree.
So that's what I'm saying. That's how you offer those incentives for them. So like, let's say like if we were to be able to establish a couple businesses and services, right? The only thing that would probably come in, which I would know that would be part of the political expertise, which we need people like similar to you and your knowledge and shit like that, which would be the geographical location, being able to procure land and shit like that, where we can start to basically build those communities and stuff like that who have those services, and we can basically recycle the Black dollar within us, where, you know what I'm saying, but it's not going to be just exclusively to us. But that's what I'm saying. That's how those people, that's what I feel like they respond to more so. So then now that Black services are out there and being provided, right? and you have the security of a certain type of parent organization that's indiscriminatory on paper, right? We say we serve underprivileged youth, not just Black youth, right? It would be Mexicans, or if you white, if you underprivileged and you qualify, you meet the requirements, we'll service you, boom, right? And then have affiliates that can market to Black individuals. Yeah, they do hair, blah blah, whatever the case may be, and they specifically try to advocate for Black empowerment and stuff like that underneath the parent organization, right? That gives them cover. So now, when you get people like that, or even you can start to challenge people like Dr. Umar or what's that nigga? Tariq Nasheed, right? Where it's like, okay, or even people who trying to vote for Trump. You like, okay, all right, I hear you, bro. Yeah, you woo MAGA. Okay, but when was the last time you've invested in any of these Black organizations? They've been doing what you said that you wanted the Black community to do. Where's your investment at? Right? And I think that'll offer, I don't think we'll get rid of the grifters, but it will offer a big decrease in their influence once some of those things are established. But the first thing will probably be is to consolidate the Black dollar. I mean, I think that's the only move that we got where we're not totally cooked, right? You disagree?
Yeah, I think it's a pipe dream.
Why?
Because that sounds good in theory. It's just not going to happen in practice.
Okay, what are the reasons it wouldn't happen in practice?
Because there's no catalyst for that to happen.
As in like a Black businesses, you mean?
There's nothing to cause any of that to happen.
And what would you give me an example of what would be the cause?
I mean, the one thing I've said before is either a Moses figure or some type of a catastrophe. Other than that, you're not going to change what people have been doing for over 60 plus years. It's just not going to happen.
But I'm not trying to change what people are trying to do. I just need your money. And with that, and let me say this: we can't save every Black individual, right? There's some niggas that we just gonna have to, you might have to put them in the car, drive out into the woods, give them that old yellow treatment. You feel me? Hey, it is what it is. But I'm saying until then, we can use, because people spend money, right? And if we able to establish services and have certain people invest in services, because the greatest asset to a business isn't a trend or anything like that. It's consistent
why people
customers.
would invest in that business.
Sir, wait, say it again.
You have to give a reason why people would invest in that business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just explained to you. If I was to say that, hey, I'm explaining it to you right now that, hey, by investing in this business, right, and the services, not investing necessarily in the I don't even need people to invest in the business overall, right? What I would do is I incentivize both the business owners and the customers, right? Where the business owners would treat these loyal customers, specific certain types of customers, people who are going to pertain these services consistently, similar to like how businesses do memberships. You treat them like shareholders, right? And I believe there is like an actual legal action where we like.
So
I just wouldn't do it with the individual.
Of these people.
Say it again.
Who are going to be these shareholders?
People similar thinking people like you or me, who understand.
Of Black people?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't see that happening.
You don't see. Nah. I disagree, bro. I disagree. It's not like I'm a treat. It's not every single person, right? It's a certain specific number, because like I said, we only need to hit a certain type of number of people who consistently do procure the services. That's what's best towards a business. It's not because everybody knows the business environment is always changing, right? Sometimes you're gonna hit them highs, right? Like you might get some tourism or whatever the fuck happens, and you profiting a lot in this quarter. But then there's gonna be those lows, and when those lows hit, right, that's the true challenge in loyal customer bases, people who have trust in you, which now now you place trust in them, they get you through in the long term. So establishing long-term customer base is the incentive for the businesses, right, to keep them in line and keeping them, even if we don't explain exactly how your overall contribution is going to help the whole Black collective, but you have an incentive to stay in line and service these people because they're going to be consistently loyal to you. And then on top of that, they will offer quality service, right, with the attachment that you get a benefit from my service.
I mean, that sounds good. I just don't see it happening. Because that would take a lot of organizing and a lot of mobilizing for that to happen. Black people, unfortunately, as a collective, we haven't shown that level of mobilizing and organization skills.
True, but with this, but that's nothing new though, right? That's nothing new. We always knew it was going to take a lot of level of organization, especially how you recognize how fractured we are. But I'm thinking with this plan is that it limits or it drastically shortens the number of people you need to organize, right? And the rest are, I mean, in reality, almost like political cannon fodder. They contribute through their contributions of the black dollar because you're gonna spend money, and all I want you to do is spend money over here if you say who you are, right? And if we able to have, and most of that comes down to, and if they really like so far gone, you understand that comes down to advertisement, right, and marketing. So obviously with that, if you're saying like that would be too hard to do, to get a marketing plan and strategy, those type of things, because I'm saying that's where the bulk of the work would be, right?
Yes,
but I don't think that's impossible.
There's a lot of stuff that's possible. I don't find it to be plausible.
Okay, so all right. I mean, wait. So why don't you find that to be plausible? I feel like that's fair. That's pretty. I mean, I feel like that's the best shot we got.
That's the best shot we got. Then just focus on you, my guy.
Yo, you. Just fuck around and learn Spanish, huh? Like you.
I agree. Learn Spanish is your best bet.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, amigo. Actually, más o menos.
Nah. You know what, man? I don't know. I respect. I disagree though. Yeah, because I feel like the perspective you coming from is because of the people themselves, and I don't know if that's. I feel like that's a little bit. Is that the reason you saying it's not plausible? Because of the people themselves, not necessarily the plan of action. It's the people themselves and getting them to.
Well, what you're talking about is probably going to happen. Would have to happen within at least a few years, and then it would take even more for it to catch steam, because there has to be some credibility.
True.
Right, that has to be established. You have to find people who are willing to donate, and in that time, it's just I think the demographic is going to change so much, and the mentality of many people are going to change so much that it's going to be dead on arrival. That when you actually finally build it, there's not going to be enough people who would actually invest.
Well, that's the thing. What I'm thinking is that it's not about getting. It's not even really. It's certain steps to the process. But what we starting out is just offering services to people, which is what Black businesses and certain organizations are already doing. It's just getting connected with those people, which we like. Even with our organization, the Troy Foundation, we've connected with.
I think that's great. I just don't think we have the time for that. That's a luxury we don't have.
I disagree. 2 to 3 years. If I'm saying like it's 2 to 3 years, right? And even if we get, because what you would need, right? And if you're talking about building political sovereignty, then if that's what you're saying, like we would need to be already at the point of economic sovereignty. If that's what you're saying, within like 2 years, then I might agree with you if that's what you're saying. But if you're talking about building just the foundation of it, right, to build off of it, connecting organizations and connecting services to Black people, I think that's completely possible.
If you can find a bunch of selfless people, absolutely go for it. 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, they definitely
by all means.
Yeah,
but I'll believe it when I see it.
I get you. You're a tangibles man, huh?
I just know what I know. I don't see that to happen.
Well, what do you know, my dude? Shit, because I'm trying to make it happen. So if you know something, let me know.
I know people, and based off of what I know about people, I don't see that happening. But I hope to be proven wrong.
But don't you think? I don't know. I respect your opinion. But I also like to offer that there's a little drip of bias in there because, now we have to ask how many people have you met and how many different types of people.
Based off of history and based off the present, I don't need to know people. I need to know how, as far as the collective moves.
Right, but even when you look at history and stuff like that, that doesn't give you the full context. It doesn't give you full context and details, like as opposed to being a primary source of being there.
When you look at history, we would still be slaves. We would still be slaves. It took us 400 years. So
right,
to say that something's going to drastically change in 2 to 3, I think that's great, but I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but just so we don't get misconstrued, the change isn't something that we're trying to revolution. It's not a like I said, I disagree with us getting to a point of revolution. Like you said, that has been tried, and we tried to assimilate. We tried a lot of things.
So what would be the goal of this process?
Like I said, the best thing that I said we can possibly shoot for is something that's like a close, or I'm just using economic sovereignty as like a blanket term, but something close to that. Like my thing is like, think of Chinatown and the ability to be able to have, if we can build one Chinatown, then the best we could do is just to try to build as many of those as we possibly can. Now, like a Chinatown is somewhere where it's predominantly Asian, but it doesn't exclude any other races on paper, right? But when you go there, is you see the people who own the business over there, who servicing the people, and I believe when you got communities like that, like the money that people spend, who live there, who spend their money there, that money cycles through there at least like $1 cycles through there like 3 to 7 times. So we can get it at a certain, I think is the best that we can possibly ask for. I think that also puts us in position, if we can get there, I think, and we start thinking that way, right? We start addressing situations that way, start addressing idiotic people in a type of business sense, right? And start asking like, not only who is your state rep, but then follow up with, have you invested in any Black organizations as far as education, as far as hitting any of the political points that you look into to get towards? Have you invested in that? Have you done anything? Right? Those type of questions, and start thinking of it in that type of capacity. Bro, I think it's definitely possible. It's definitely gonna be fucking hard. It's gonna be fucking excruciating. Don't get it twisted. You're gonna lose a couple teeth, but you're gonna be up and you still gonna look pretty. It's gonna be better than getting your face cut off, right? Like what's finna happen. Or you're gonna have to completely change who the fuck you are and start wearing sombreros in the case of you. You're eating burritos and shit.
Yeah. I think you'll find that more Black people are willing to do that than do what you're suggesting.
Oh wow. Then if that's the case, then I would have to say,
because I think we've been programmed to thrive off of the struggle.
Say it again.
I said I think we've been programmed and conditioned to thrive off of the struggle.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But
so
then
if
I
you
also
conflate thriving with struggling, then yeah, I think your plan is dead on the water, dead on arrival. But I hope it works.
No. I disagree though, because then the struggle, like you said, has been programmed, but it also could be manipulated. If I can get you to think that you're struggling, if that's what's gonna get you to spend or get you to do this, and I think that's been proven throughout a lot of businesses and certain advertisements, certain people who have done certain things to get people to invest in certain things by selling them a dream or whatever the fuck it is that we need to sell you in order to do that. Whether I use imagery, I use whatever the fuck, graphic design, I'll use AI, I'll use all that shit. Whatever you need, bruh. That's why I say it through goods and services, not through me talking to you. I don't want to talk to these people. I don't have the time to talk to these motherfuckers, bro. Not like you. You got more patience than me, bro. I commend you. God bless you. You know what I'm saying? You know, God is with you. But I don't want to talk to you. I don't feel like doing that. I don't need to. I just know you spend money. So what is it going to take for you to spend money over there? That's the goal. And if I get a lot of Black Americans, I don't even need all the Black Americans to do that, right? We get enough, right? And then the most critical part, which being getting certain smart individuals, looking for critical thinkers to treat their services like shareholders. Right? Get the business to treat these people like shareholders and everybody else is a customer. Right? And it's not exclusive to Black people, so that's not the only money that'll be coming in. We'll be servicing a whole bunch of people. So the possibilities is out there, which is why I think that it's completely possible. Right? Obviously, a lot of help is going to be targeted towards when we behind the scenes, if we talking about doing certain events or something like that, you know, it's going to be a little bit, it's going to look targeted towards Black people, but the services themselves and advocating for these businesses, they're going to be marketed to everybody. Everybody can spend money there. Fuck it. So the money isn't just going to come from Black people exclusively, right? And that's what I'm saying is where I see the possibility. That's why I see the plausibility of it. So that's what I'm saying. If you're saying that, it's not possible because I've seen Black people and stuff like that. I mean, now you gotta, you know, do a, what do you call it, like a data dump or something like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I didn't talk to 4,000 fucking different Black people who lived in all types of different demographics, or we really got to get a real statistical pin down of what these people really be thinking for what you're saying, that it makes it not plausible, because people are unpredictable. I don't need to know what they think.
I know what they're thinking by their action.
Right, but the actions, we just said that the actions can be shifted if you know how to manipulate it the right way, which is through advertising.
By all means.
All right. Yeah, maybe I'm just a hopeful nigga, bro.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, and hey man, just because you know what I'm saying, you comb your beard, don't think you better than the rest of us, bro. All right.
All right. Bet.
All this, you know what I'm saying, all of us can't get a beard like you.
I'll keep that in mind. But good luck with your plan, bro.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Be easy.
We need to find the Spanish word for the day. Look at Urban, such a fucking hater. You mad that your face looks like two butt cheeks, Urban? You can't even compliment a nigga without saying Glazer. Oh, you look good today, my nigga. I'm proud of you. Are you gay? You trying to fuck him? These younger generations, bro. They so weird they can't even handle a compliment. Crazy, bro. Absolutely insane. Niggas can't compliment one another. No wonder we so ready to kill each other, because hey, we can't even compliment each other. Crazy. You gotta let go of that post-traumatic slave syndrome, Urban. Let go of that post-traumatic slave syndrome, bro. It's not serving you. Fucking delicious. What is this? All right, I'm done, bro. I'm done. I don't know where to go from here. If somebody's got an answer, let me know.
What do you think about the fact that Kamala doesn't talk to the press? In a way, I feel like it's more insulting than what Trump does. And Trump says you're the enemy of the people, which is pretty bad. But she's kind of saying,
No, I haven't seen Trump yet.
I don't need you. I'm not talking to you. You don't matter. You're not relevant anymore. To me, that's even worse than I hate you. It's like I don't think about you.
I don't know if it's worse than denigrating the press on a daily basis, which is what Donald Trump did. I mean, I covered him in the White House every day as a correspondent, and oftentimes.
Would you? Serious question. Would you? Would you? Word of the day. Finalizada. Bro, I'm gonna quit this and get into movies, bro. Do you know how much do you think they paid Robert Downey Jr. to be fucking Dr. Doom? Fuck this shit. I'm gonna get into movies. How much do you think they paid him to be Dr. Doom, bro? I'm seeing 4, 95, 50, 90, 20, 60, 400. 400 mil. You're not even serious. 864, what's the disagreement?
Yo, Amazing Lucas. Just want to say I mess with the work and I've called before, but I just wanted to say I disagree with Dr. Umar, and I agree with what you said with him. That he I just disagree, and I feel like he's a grifter. And we had this agreement or this conversation before, and I'll tell you the reason you told me he's not a grifter.
Mm-hmm.
You was like, and we was talking about the Spider-Verse movie. I was like, this dude was full of shit, and I thought he was full of shit after the comments he said about the movie about Miles Morales dating the Snow Bunny. I was like, yeah, this is a cartoon movie. That being said, I thought that because you said it was because of the youth, the easiest way to target things to get to a lot of people is to the youth or whatever. But I'll say this: a lot of people that were watching that movie were kids, but a lot of them were vets, Spider-Man vets, people that actually knew the references about the movies that, that happened before the kids, all the kids born before the movies, what I'm saying? So that's why I thought he was a grifter, and it was just like one of those instances. I was like, he's talking about Spider-Man, and this has nothing to do with black or white. So it's like, this guy's, I don't know. And you were talking about Robert Downey Jr., shout out my guy. I think it's a good idea. I don't know how much yet. I think Marvel's getting desperate, but I feel like Robert can pull it off. He did Iron Man justice, so I think he got paid a couple mil, almost a bill, but I think he can pull it off, hopefully. And yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate. Yeah, 92 million, bro. Fuck this YouTube shit. Fuck this YouTube shit. I'm trying to get that Marvel check, bro. I will nuke my fucking channel, bro, for a Marvel film. I don't even care, bro. I don't even care. I'm trying to get that monies, bro. I don't give a fuck about politics, all that, bro. What do I gotta do? People are already saying Democrat shield. Cool, bro. If a Democrat shield comes with a fucking payday like that, count me in, fam. Count me in. 92 million to play fucking Dr. Doom. What type of stupid shit is that? They just throwing money. They just throwing money, bro. They throwing it away. They just throwing it just like that. Like, man, I see why people, do acting. If you hit it big, bro. You hit it big, that's it. You're set for life. You're set for life. All you need is really one check. Because the thing is, a lot of these fools, right, as they make more money, they spend more. That's the problem, bro. I'm not a big spender. I'm not a big spender at all. You give me a fucking $5 million check. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I gotta create an acting, whatever it's called. I gotta do that, bruh. A resume. Get a little acting reel going on, bruh. Crazy, bruh. Crazy. Crazy monies. 407. What's the disagreement?
Hello.
Yes.
How you doing?
Still alive.
I think I just came on here and I saw Tariq Nasheed's picture there, and I was wondering what is being said about him, because I just feel like what I have to say about him might, differ from what you were talking about. I don't want to throw anything off. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I'm saying, what was being said about him?
What?
I'm saying, what was the topic about Tariq Nasheed about? Because I saw him on the thumbnail.
Oh, how he's gone full MAGA.
So he's wearing the red hat now?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be.
Okay. Well, I just want to say about him, he has always been the white supremacist. Okay? People like him, they were just acting all pro-black in a way to sit around and wait to see when white people start to accept them, and as soon as white people start to accept them, they jump ship. See, he's doing this whole FBA thing not because of the reparations stuff, because he's always hated black people, and particularly black people from other countries. So now he's doing the whole FBA thing because a way for him to rub shoulders with the MAGA people and the white supremacists which he belongs to, because he's doing this by creating a common enemy. Like, you create a common enemy with the immigrants and everything, then all of a sudden the negative attention is no longer on. It's no longer on you. Now it's on them. So now I belong with the people that I used to so-called hate. Whenever you see a person who's always talking about, he's using the talking points, like a certain term, that's what they are. His favorite word is white supremacist. Every other word he says the word white supremacist because that's what he is, and it's a kind of a way to try to it's a way of like hiding in plain sight. Let me act like I'm against this thing so I could hide the fact that I'm really one of them. Okay. Now, when I say white supremacist, I don't mean that he's going to KKK rallies and all this stuff. He's just like this, I don't know if covert is the right way, but this unconscious, subconscious white supremacist who hates his own people, and he hates the FBAs too. Okay, it's just that's his way of like, he cannot denounce them because that's who he is. It's like, that's who I am. If I denounce them too, I don't belong anywhere. So let me make sure I just go for the last, like, it's his last chance to belong to somewhere. Let me belong with them. And at the same time, let's go against the immigrants and create a common enemy, especially since the whole Trump, the Trump people, they hate the immigrants and everything, to make myself feel like I belong with those white people, because that's what I've always wanted. These pro-blacks they're a bunch of frauds. There's no such thing as pro-blackness as far as I'm concerned. There's only varying degrees of anti-blackness. I think we all fall on the spectrum somewhere. These people are not, they're not who do you think they are. And this Umar Johnson guy, he, just like I said, whatever people are using the same, whatever whatever the thing is that they're most adamant about, the thing they talk about the most is what they are. His whole thing is he talk about snow bunnies, this and that's because he loves snow bunnies his damn self. And it's a way to, if I say how much I'm against it, then nobody will suspect me. Okay? So, yeah, I don't know what y'all was completely saying about him, but that's what I have to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the call.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't hear me. Yeah, I said, okay, I appreciate the call.
Were you listening to me? I think you were playing video games, were you?
What?
Were you listening to me that I was saying?
Yeah, I was listening to what you were saying.
Okay. All right, bye.
All right. Yeah. I don't know where we go from here. Where do we go from here? I just don't know. I genuinely don't have an answer. If anyone has an answer, let me know. Because man. Want to talk about sports? I guess so, man. I guess so. What's going on in sports? Lucas, why don't you be Moses? I couldn't get fucking money for a damn game. You talk about being Moses. I was like, yo, let's get this done so we can pave the way for younger, black youth. Because I know how expensive it is when it comes to either, licensing or education, especially in the 3D realm. So I don't know. I don't have the same audience. If the day happens, bro, by all means. If the day happens, but Negroes are upset at me, right, for talking about abortion. I'm getting called an agent for saying, hey, this is black women's issue. It has nothing to do with Planned Parenthood. So I don't know. But I have to find my group of black people. I think that's what it is. The moment in time I find my group of black people, I think we're good. I think we should be good. I just haven't found them yet. Because if we're still getting comments like that, then it's like you're missing the point. If me saying that, hey, black women being accountable with their fucking bodies is now making me a shill or an agent, then I haven't met my audience yet, right? So I have to cull the herd. Because there shouldn't be any issue with that. There shouldn't be any issue with that whatsoever. Me saying black women need to choose better men, I don't know how that makes me a Democrat shill or an agent. That's problematic. If I were to have a daughter, I would tell her, if the nigga is broke, do not even allow him to look in your general direction. Call the police on the nigga if he ever approaches you. That's what I would tell her. You do not let broke boys fucking talk to you, because then they start thinking to themselves, maybe I have a chance. And then when you let them know that they don't have a chance, then they usually become angry. That's what usually happens. And if somebody would ever lay a hand on my daughter, I'm gonna kill the whole fucking lineage. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through their phone and take out every single person in their fucking phone. I'm gonna look for mommy, I'm gonna look for daddy, auntie, cousin, uncle, grandma, granddad. That's what I'm gonna do. So to avoid these fucking useless niggas, right? These black ignorants, you don't pay them any time. You wanna know what? You wanna know how you don't have an abortion? Don't fuck broke niggas. I have never in my life come across a woman that wanted to abort a baby of mine. Never come across. They will scare you. They be like, well, I think I'm pregnant. That's just how that works. Any man who's worth their weight in gold, bruh, worth their weight in salt, whatever the saying is, I forgot. You don't come across women who are like, well, I'm going to abort the baby. You come across women who want to have your baby. Because they're like, yo, you a good man. You holding down a job. You treat me well and you fuck well. Yeah, I think I'm pregnant. No, bitch, you're not. No, bitch, you're not. Well, I thought I was. Okay, I didn't say I was. I said I thought I was. Okay, yeah, that's why. Okay. That's how that works. So stop allowing broke dick to fuck you. I don't know why that's such a bad. I don't know why that makes me a Democrat shill. I don't understand. Why does that make me an agent of telling black women to stop allowing broke dick to fuck them? Stop allowing broke dick to penetrate you. I think that's fairly simple. If you know there's a chance that you can become pregnant and you don't want to be on birth control because it fucks with your hormones, you don't want to take Plan B, right? The day after pill because it fucks with your hormones or something, then fine. Stop broken niggas who can't afford for you and the baby. Makes sense to me. The only Negroes who would disagree with that are broke dick. That's the only type of dude who would disagree with that, is a broke nigga. Oh man, you talking all that shit, bro. You talking that? Is you broke? Well, I mean, I'm not a millionaire. You broke, nigga. Bye. Be gone. Listen, I don't know. Listen, black women, you don't have to fuck broke black dick. If you want to be pro-black and get with the black men, fine. There are plenty of black men out there who are doing fine. You don't have to fuck the brokies. You don't have to do that. I say the same thing to black men. But here's the thing. The thing is, Negroes have gotten into their head that, well, let me get with somebody who's struggling and just get with them because they're a black man or a black woman. No, stupid. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Unless they're working on their way up, fine. But they're on their way down. There are a lot of black men and black women who are on their way down. Okay? You don't get with someone on their way down. You get with them on the bounce up. I don't know what to tell you. You don't fuck broke women? What? She has no understanding, no education, right? No manners. But she got a BBL or something, or she looks good? What the fuck are you talking about? That shit doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't even make any sense with me. I don't know. But somehow saying, hey, black women, stop fucking these broke dudes or stop allowing dumb Negroes to fucking ejaculate in you. Oh, you sound like an agent. That's a Democrat shill. No, I think the opposite is sounding like an agent. When these dumb women talking about, well, you just need to stay with him. No, the fuck you don't. If the nigga is still doing the same thing, making the same amount he was fucking 2 years ago, there is nothing in pro-black Bible that says you should stay with that man. What the fuck are we talking about? You women be telling yourself stupid shit. Some stupid shit. Just really stupid shit. I'm like, why are you with him? Huh? I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make not a lick of sense, because that's definitely not how I'm going to raise my daughter. You let me get a daughter. Yeah. You're not going to be able to talk to her if you're not hitting a certain if you don't pay enough in taxes. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Frederick says families aren't cheap. Remember that. Oh, 100%. This is what people don't understand. Rent isn't cheap. Groceries isn't cheap. And we're not even talking about an education. School isn't cheap. Books isn't cheap. A uniform or even clothes aren't cheap. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Your insurance isn't cheap. Your health insurance, if you have it, isn't cheap. Your dental insurance, if you have it, isn't cheap. So I don't know why these mofos constantly talk about, oh, you should have a family. That's the funny part that I don't get. You have all these Republicans talking about we should have a family, have more babies. And it's like, well, you're not providing any way for them to have more babies. You constantly want to talk about, well, have more white babies, but then don't provide them to have any means to have more white babies. You want to hurt everyone else so bad that you end up hurting yourself. You want to be so evil and wicked that it's backfiring on you. And now your birth rates are declining while everyone else is increasing, or as far as they're being imported. So they're increasing I'm blanking on the word. So I don't know, man. I think it's funny. I think it's truly hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. But I mean, that's where we are. That's where we are, bro. But I don't know, man. My take, I used to think as far as with abortion and all that, but then at the same time, it's like, yo, if you don't want to have one, then don't have one. But that doesn't mean everyone else can. That's all I'm saying. If you don't want one, then you don't have one. I think that's pretty simple. I don't like mac and cheese. I think it's nasty. I'm not going to ban mac and cheese, though. That's just me. And I think the best way, if you honestly believe it's murder, then I think the best way for you to make that not happen is create better alternative choices. Right? I think the best way is to educate them. I think that's the best way. If you really want to do that, then create a fund for women who are in their 20s. Who are in their 20s and don't have any means to provide for the child. Go ahead, create a fund for them, specifically for them. I just don't like the hypocrisy, because the same people who want to say, hey, have the baby, then also want to vilify you when you get on, welfare, when you get on WIC, or when you get on some government assistance. You just told, as far as the 20-year-old, to have a child that she can't afford, and then you want to vilify her when she gets on as far as the government assistance that is there for precisely this reason. So it's just fucking stupid. It's a hustle. That's all it is. It's a hustle. So I'm not particularly fond of hustles. That's all. That's all. But that's where we are, bro. But at the end of the day, one thing I got to detach myself from it. I gotta detach myself away from the nonsense. Because sometimes you hear something, you just take it personal. Because it's like, yo, this can impact me, your stupidity. And you just gotta let it go. Unfortunately. And that's a horrible way to think about it, but it's the only way that you're gonna have any type of peace. It's the only way because what's his name? James Baldwin said, to be a conscious, black man in America is to be constantly angry or whatever. Nah, bruh, I'm good. I don't want to be conscious anymore. I'm gonna detach myself from that, because it gets to a point where it's like, what? So that's what needs to happen. That simple. I used to want to be a husband and a father myself, not anymore. Hey, it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. But I think the best thing is that I think it's better for people to know if it's not for them. I think when people constantly tell people, hey, have a baby, or be a father. No. Don't do that. That's horrible. That's horrible advice. Horrible advice. Because not everyone has the patience. Not everyone has the temperament. Not everyone has the finances. There are people who are selfish with their time. We're like, hey, I don't want to have to deal with this person. Or I don't want to have to deal with the baby. Or I want to have to pay for that. I don't have a problem with that. I have no issue with that whatsoever. If you know you, then fine. Then do you. But it is what it is. 347. What's the disagreement? 347, you're on the line. I don't know what happened. Anyways. Apparently Nick Fuentes is calling out Kunduz Owens.
To kind of, shake you if you were asking him a question. He would try to get into a personal argument with you, or just deny or lie about, what you were asking about. And so I don't know if I would compare the two.
What do you think about the fact?
Yeah.
JD Vance sucks. He just needs to get the fuck away. I don't know if they could change and get somebody else, but if they can't, they just need to hide that guy in the basement of Mar-a-Lago, because he is negative aura personified. Guy is negative charisma. He is an energy. Did you see that video of him in the donut shop the other day? He goes in there, oh, hi, we're bringing the zoo to town. Sorry about that. Hey guys, she doesn't want to be filmed. Hey, I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. She goes, oh, okay. What you want? Okay, what you want, fat boy? Get a lot of glaze, whatever makes sense. Whatever makes sense. You ever ordered from fucking Dunkin' Donuts before?
Exactly.
He's got it. Have you seen that haircut? What's up with the? He's got a little patch of hair on top, and it's like he did his own hair. It's like his wife did his own haircut. Like that's a COVID haircut. She just took some clippers and went right up to the top and left the crown alone. Unless that's a toupee, I don't know.
He's flaming
JD
this
Vance
dude.
sucks. He just needs to get the fuck away.
Fucking hilarious. Have you all seen? Have you all seen the JD Vance in the donut shop? She was asking, "What do you want?" I don't know. Just give me, give me a little bit. Like, what? Have you never ordered donuts? It's hilarious hearing this from Fuentes.
The zoo has come to town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I'm sorry, man.
I don't want to be on.
She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
How long are you working?
I've been here since the beginning of June.
Bro, how did he meet his wife? This dude's a homosexual. I'm just gonna be honest with you. There's just no way. There's no way. This is like the dudes who have no game talking to women. So, you come here often? What's your name? Ashley. Oh, okay. What's your last name? Why? Oh, I was just asking. You getting drinks? You drinking? We were. Oh, okay. All right. You guys come here often? No, it's our second time here. Oh, okay. How do you like it? Is it fun? Is it fun? I've been here. I think it's fun. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's all right so far. Oh, okay. You guys go anywhere else? You guys go anywhere else? You guys come anywhere else before? Fucking awkward as shit.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, good. Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense. Always.
Just whatever makes sense. This is the guy who's supposed to be resonating with the working class? A lot of glaze, sprinkle stuff, and some cinnamon rolls, whatever makes sense. This is the guy who's supposed to be resonating with the working class, the blue collar worker? This is the person? Bro, this is wild.
Place been around.
How long is this? Who asked workers how long has this place been around? What?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good. The zoo is...
Bro, we're gonna play fucking Fuentes again, because it's fucking too hilarious. It's too hilarious, bro. You know it's bad when white people are like, yo, y'all gotta pick somebody else.
JD Vance sucks. He just needs to get the fuck away. Like, you know, I don't know if they could change and get somebody else, but if they can't, they just need to hide that guy in the basement of Mar-a-Lago because he is negative aura personified. Guy is negative charisma. He is an energy. Did you see that video of him in the donut shop the other day? He goes in there, oh, hi, oh, we're bringing the zoo to town. Sorry about that. Hey, guys, she doesn't want to be filmed. Hey, I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. She goes, oh, okay. What you want? Okay, what you want, fat boy? Get a lot of glaze, whatever makes sense. Whatever makes sense. You ever ordered from fucking Dunkin' Donuts before? He's got it. Have you seen that haircut? What's up with the? He's got a little patch of hair on top, and like it's like he did his own hair.
This is
it's
amazing.
like his wife did his own haircut. Like that's a COVID haircut.
This is
she just took
amazing.
some clippers and went right up to the top and left the crown alone. Unless that's a toupee, I don't know. JD Vance sucks.
My
He just needs to
god,
get
bro.
the fuck.
I could listen to this on repeat. It's fucking hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Bro, did you all hear Trump backing away from abortion bans? Did you all hear Trump? This man is such a fucking clown. It's unbelievable. Vance says Trump would veto a national abortion ban. I'm sorry, what? Combine that with Trump talking about we want more migrants over here. We want more migrants over here because we need them. We need more migrants over here. You're a fucking idiot, bro. You're absolutely fucking stupid. You're absolutely fucking stupid. This is insane. This is absolutely insane.
Democrats made the case this week and beyond this week that Donald Trump, if elected, will impose a federal ban on abortion if he wins. Now, Donald Trump says he won't, but can you commit, Senator, sitting right here with me today, that if you and Donald Trump are elected, that you will not impose a federal ban on abortion?
I can absolutely commit that, Kristen, and Donald Trump has been as clear about that as possible. I think it's important to step back and say, what has Donald Trump actually said on the abortion question, and how is it different from what Kamala Harris and the Democrats have said? Donald Trump wants to end this culture war over this particular topic. If California wants to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, then Ohio has to respect California and California has to respect Ohio. Donald Trump's view is that we want the individual states and their individual cultures and their unique political sensibilities to make these decisions because we don't want to have a nonstop federal conflict over this this issue, the federal government ought to be focused on getting food prices down, getting housing prices down, issues, of course, where Kamala Harris has been a total disaster. So I think Donald Trump is right. We want the federal government to focus on these big economic and immigration questions. Let the states figure out their own abortion policy.
Let me just follow up with you a little bit on that point, because
Interesting.
I've been talking to
I wonder how that goes over with like conservatives and Christians.
Republicans, including Senator Lindsey Graham just last week, who've made it very clear that if Donald Trump is elected, if you are elected, they will continue to press this point. Senator Graham said to me, I'm going to keep saying that there should be a federal ban. If such a piece of legislation landed on Donald Trump's desk, would he veto it?
I think it'd be very clear he would not support it. I mean, he
But would
said
he
that
veto
explicitly.
it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not supporting it as the president of the United States, you
So
fundamentally
he would
have to veto it.
veto a federal abortion ban.
I think he would. He said that explicitly that he would.
Interesting. Woo-wee, bro. What is going on? What is going on, bro? It sounds like he's standing for nothing, bro. Like he got a jelly spine. Lucas gonna have 2 twin daughters. No, that's a hell no. This is crazy, man. From this to fucking more migrants, I don't even know what to say, man. I mean, I don't know, man. Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me, bro. This is Trump has just been taking L's. That's what it feels like. It's just been L after L. I mean, you have bowling. Bowling. Have you all seen this? Bowling was freaking out.
Folks, hate to do it to you, but
I wonder
here's
what
what's
happened to him
happening.
on
I warned
Fox.
you. I warned them. I warned Trump. I warned their senior advisors that this was going to happen. If you waited till after the DNC, which was the plan, Trump even said that when asked at a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. He said, well, we're going to let the honeymoon go, and then we're going to wait till after the DNC to go after her. You waited too long, guys. You waited too long, Susie Wiles, Chris Lasividia. Get Corey Lewandowski in there and shake things up while you still have a chance. I'm not sure you still have a chance. We're losing. We're losing the race. We're losing the presidency. And I said a long time ago, Trump will be the last GOP president.
We need to get Lucas
in
in
our
Congress
lifetime.
or
And I meant
something.
it.
Yeah.
I said it when he was president.
Good
When
luck
he
with
lost,
that.
I said he will be the last GOP president in our lifetime, meaning if he won again, that was it, because look what has happened. The left, the Democrats have taken a horrendous candidate, someone with no policy ideas, only failures under her belt, and they've redefined her. Look at this. This is the ratings, not even including last night, the final night of the DNC, which they crushed it. Now, if you look,
They're losing
here's
it, bro.
Fox News
They're
right
losing
here.
their mind.
And here is MSNBC. MSNBC is beating Fox News. Beating Fox. That's unheard of.
MSNBC is
And
beating
look
Fox
over here.
News?
Very quick,
Damn.
I'll show you Newsmax. Newsmax is just not even existent. You see Newsmax right over here? That's Newsmax. They're sliding every week. Newsmax is down 5 weeks in a row.
Damn.
Maybe 6 since I left. Whatever. They're still not able to grab an audience. So no one's watching Newsmax. Fox is now getting beat by MSNBC. Now I know it's the DNC, but Fox is way bigger than MSNBC. They should never be being beat that way. So the enthusiasm level on the left right now is overwhelming. You know what else they're doing? Have you seen this? They're trying to redefine the Democrat Party. They're trying to say that the Democrats are the patriots, the party that's worried about the country.
Fucking
They're
genius.
wearing camo hats with Kamala Harris's name on it. Camouflage, that's ours.
Camouflage, that's
She was frank
ours.
In her speech last night, with American flags. There's no pride flag there. They're redefining it. They're going after our independent voters, the people who are leaning right, who want to vote.
There was no
right to
pride
save
flag
the
there.
country, but are starting to like what they're about. They're letting them redefine Kamala Harris and redefine the party. We waited too long. It's not right. The camo hats. I'm blown away.
Oh man, losing their minds, bro. Losing their minds. Really interesting. It's truly interesting, man. And it's a smart rebrand. I don't know why they didn't do this before. Listen, you once you allow, as far as Republicans, to be the patriots and own the American flag, yeah, it's game over. Now that they're taking the American flag, they're like, hey, we love the flag. We love the flag. We love the country. And Trump's fucking messaging is just bad. It's always negative. It's always, hey, they've destroyed the country. And you're not hearing that from Democrats. They're saying, hey, we love the country. We're the party of joy. The party of joy. Oh, fucking delicious. Doom and gloom is not going to win. Doom and gloom is not going to win. Especially if someone else is preaching the opposite of that. It's a really sad way to go out. It's a sad way to go out, bro. But we'll see. We'll see come November. We'll see come November. Yeah, because I haven't heard a good speech from Trump in a minute. Usually he'll say something that's funny. I haven't heard anything really that's funny. That's how he won people over last time. He was comedy. He could be wrong, but he was bold about being wrong. So, yeah, I don't think RFK is really gonna do that. I don't know if RFK is gonna make that big of a difference. Don't know if RFK is gonna make that big of a difference, but we'll see. I mean, we got a long way to go. And you know there's going to be something good that comes out in October. You know there's going to be something good that comes out in October. So, it's really interesting, man. Really interesting. Well, October surprise, exactly. Anyways, that is going to be the stream. Lucas, do you think Kamala will actually change anything? Yes, absolutely. 100%. It just depends on whether you like the changes that happen. That's all that depends. There's always a change during the administration. Trump did a change. Okay, when it comes to the Supreme Court. There's always a change. Absolutely. Hell, we're now facing a change from the Ronald Reagan administration. So, there's always a change. Is the one on your screen a former Navy SEAL? So I've worked with him. Who, Eric Boyling? I don't know if Eric Boyling is a Navy SEAL. Anyone know if Eric Boyling was a Navy SEAL? I don't believe so. Off topic, but you're a Patriots fan, right? Yeah. Or at least I was a Patriots fan. But yeah, he looks like the SEAL I've worked with in getting traffic kids back. I don't know if Eric Boyling served in the military. Je ne sais pas, monsieur. Early life. Loyola Academy, okay. Yeah, no, it's not saying anything about his military service. Eric Thomas bowling. Oh, what? I didn't know that's why he was outed. Did you all know that? In September 2017, Bowling was ousted from Fox News after the network conducted an independent investigation following an article published by HuffPost reporting that Bowling's had sent unsolicited nude photographs and text messages to 3 female colleagues. Get the hell out of here. Bowling denied allegations. He later hosted a television show, America on the Blaze, and America This Week, produced by Sinclair Broadcasting Group and carried by their stations as a Sunday morning talk show. Wow. That's crazy. I had no idea. Damn, imagine throwing away millions. Well, he probably wasn't making millions, but at least a few 100,000. He threw away good money to send lewd photographs and text messages. That shit's crazy, bro. That shit is crazy. Yikes. Fucking yikes, man. This mofo said worth it. Is this you, Archie? Is that you, Archie? I think that's Archie's cousin or something. Worth it. You're crazy, bro. No woman on the face of this planet is gonna cost me a fucking high-paying job. Not in a million fucking years. You're telling me a job where I just sit down and fucking talk about how shit the Democrats are, bruh? You would be smart enough to just hire a fucking prostitute at that point. Get a fucking escort. You really gonna send fucking text messages to staff? That shit is crazy, bro. That shit is crazy. That is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bro. Y'all be throwing away your fucking... just throwing away the bag for foolishness. Imagine being on the 5, right? Being on the 5 to now going to Newsmax to now... I don't know what he's doing now. He was on the 5, bro. He was on the 5. This mofo somehow got a promotion with his dumbass self. Look at that. On the 5 to now showing people on his phone cable news ratings. God, dog. That's brutal, man. That's fucking brutal. Yeah, I think JD Vance is going to tank Trump's chances at presidency. I think JD Vance is going to tank him. Allegedly, Trump was looking at RFK for a running mate. Oh, man. Allegedly. Where is it? Trump says he'd consider appointing RFK to a role. Okay. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I just don't know who JD Vance appeals to. It's not to me. So maybe it's to, I don't know, white independent blue-collar workers, possibly? But how do you appeal to white blue-collar workers and you talking about, you know, whatever makes sense at a donut shop? Donut shops, right? When it comes to donut shops and stuff like this is to humanize you. To show the American people, hey, I'm just like you, bro. I'm just like you. I eat donuts. I go out. I eat fast food. This man said, give me some sprinkles. Give me some of the sprinkle stuff, the cinnamon rolls, the The sprinkle stuff. Who said sprinkle stuff when it comes to donuts? Give me some of the sprinkle stuff. Give me some of the sprinkle stuff. Give me some of the sprinkle stuff, the glaze here, and some of the cinnamon rolls. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've ever come across a donut shop that has cinnamon rolls. I don't think, does he mean like the cinnamon buns? Is that what he means? Cinnamon rolls? I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't come across one that has cinnamon rolls, right? The old school shops have cinnamon rolls? Well, this isn't an old school shop. Well, actually, wait, no. The shop had been around, what, for 40 years? No, 2 years. Wait, didn't he ask how long the shop had been here? About 4 years. Yeah, this ain't an old school shop. This is a brand new shop. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm very curious. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been to a fair share of donut shops. Don't get me wrong. My fair share of donut shops. I've just never heard of someone say sprinkle stuff or cinnamon rolls. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe y'all go into donut shops that have cinnamon rolls. The only ones I'm thinking are the little spiral ones that are like right next to the apple fritters. Because they usually have like the apple fritters next to the cinnamon ones. But I don't know. The sprinkle stuff and then saying whatever makes sense. Oh my God, bro. That's just painful. And then the haircut. I would have never noticed the haircut had it not been for freaking Nick Fuentes. There's like no blending going on. I would have. Now that I see it, I can't unsee it. Bruh, now that I see it, I can't unsee it. I would have never noticed the haircut. He looks like the fucking Incredible Hulk. With that haircut. I can't unsee it now. Like, look at that. It's just, like, she went, Oh my God. I'll never be able to unsee this. This is crazy. I'll never be able to unsee this. Fucking having Nick Fuentes flame you is wild. Having Nick Fuentes, let's hear this. Let's just hear it one more time. This shit is hilarious.
JD Vance sucks. He just needs to get the fuck away. Like, I don't know if they could change and get somebody else, but if they can't, they just need to hide that guy in the basement of Mar-a-Lago because he is negative aura personified. Guy is negative charisma. He is an energy. Did you see that video of him in the donut shop the other day? He goes in there. Oh, hi. Oh, we're bringing the zoo to town. Sorry about that. Hey, guys, she doesn't want to be filmed. Hey, I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. She goes, oh, okay. What you want? Okay, what you want, fat boy? Get a lot of glaze, whatever makes sense. Whatever makes sense. You ever ordered from fucking Dunkin' Donuts before? He's got it. Have you seen that haircut? What's up with the? He's got a little patch of hair on top, and like it's like he did his own hair.
Oh,
it's like his
God.
wife did his own haircut. Like that's a COVID haircut. She just took some clippers and went right up to the top and left the crown alone.
Oh my Lord.
Unless that's a toupee, I don't know.
That's
JD Vance
crazy.
sucks. He just needs to get the fuck.
That's flame. That's that on military base high fade, leave the top alone, $10 cut. I don't even think that's a $10 cut. But the crazy part, he's never had that cut. I'm looking at old photos. He's never had that cut. So I'm like, where did this cut come from? Where did this haircut come from? Oh man, this is very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. He hasn't had that haircut. I'm looking at other pictures. It's even when he was younger. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. But that flaming is hilarious. Yeah, it's just sticking out. It doesn't make any sense. Look at that. What is that? I don't know, man. JD Vance and drag? Yes, I did a video on that. It's just this guy. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone did some proper research on JD Vance. I don't know. It just... Pence had like some... Pence had more aura than JD Vance, bruh. And Pence appealed to people. This is just... I don't know, man. This is just painful, bro. This is just painful. That's all I'm gonna say. Because he does not compliment Trump at all. But we'll see. Maybe they get the W. Maybe they get the W. I don't see it happening, but I think how Trump is going about this is really bad, man. It's just really bad. Everything to the abortion, to immigration, more immigration. Like, who the fuck is going to who would vote for you if they're voting for you to get rid of immigration? Do you think they're going to vote for you? Well, it's besides the fucking idiot that I talked to earlier today, right? The issue is not even illegal immigration. The issue is more bodies here. The issue is that you want more people here. Talking about we need it. We don't need more fucking immigrants here. What the fuck are you talking about? So I don't know. We're going to let a lot of people come in because we need more people, especially with AI coming and all the different things. That sounds fucking crazy to me. I don't know, that just sounds fucking crazy to me. This isn't the same person that I voted for. This isn't the same person that I voted for. I'm just sorry. It just is what it is. He's talking cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs. I don't get it. Like, I never thought I'd hear Trump say we need more immigration because of AI. Like, that's literally the opposite of why you would want more migrants. Is because of AI. Because you're going to come over here and there's not going to be a job for you. I don't know, man. 240, what's the disagreement?
Hey, Lucas, man. Hey, I agree with what you're saying.
What's the disagreement?
As far as immigration, that doesn't benefit us at all. As far as immigration, that doesn't benefit us at all. It's a bad thing for us.
I agree.
You know, like you said, more bodies. I mean, to do what? To do what, Lucas, you know?
For us to compete with.
Just check those. I'm a business owner. And what I try to do is I try to spread that to my friends and my family so they can do that.
Well, give us some business tips. What are some business tips that you can give to the audience?
Real estate. You know, just start to buy a couple of houses. You know, you pay the first one off, and you buy another one. You just rent that one out, and it
this is why I can't stand black business people. What's some business tips that you don't need a good amount of capital up front?
As far as like you making something at home, like food, or if you coming up with designs for stuff. Because you know, everyone can draw.
What are some principles that have led you to success?
Let me think. Just keeping on going, man. You know, and just thinking forward. I always keep my hand in a lot of different pots at the same time, Lucas, because it keeps my energy high.
Okay, so diversify?
Yes. Because if one thing isn't popping off, you know, 5 other things you're doing, something's going to happen.
Okay.
something will happen.
How do you
It's
manage
like
your
if you-
time as far as
How do I manage my time?
what to
I
invest
do what
in
I want to do.
No, I mean as far as in like your business ventures.
Oh, I make sure I do all that shit at nighttime. So in the daytime, I can do what the fuck I want.
Interesting. So
You know
you're
what I'm saying,
burning the
Lucas?
midnight oil. How late do
Yeah,
you
but
work
I'm a
till?
nighttime dude anyways, though. You know. Check this out. When I'm up working on stuff, I'm making, modding these arcade one-ups, making go-karts, making scooters, making luge boards, making a whole bunch of other things that people want, but not just that, but designing new stuff based on that. Once I started building stuff, after a few years, you get real skill in your hands and you can do stuff. I'm worth something now. It's like my niece, she's one of the best artists that have come out of California. She sold a lot of paintings and artwork and stuff and figures that she's made. It's perfect, dude. Believing in yourself matters more than even having any money. Because if you have the vision and then you have the stick-to-itiveness and the toughness in you, you can become very, very successful. The people that give up quickly, they didn't have it in them anyways for success, though. They didn't.
What are some markets that you think are going to be a good investment in the future?
I think like this, when I was telling you about doing the movies on the East Coast, we have real scenery. Because when I lived out in California, they had a fake New York, a fake DC, a fake Baltimore, a fake Chicago. I'm like, damn, you want to use our cities, but not pay us to fucking come here. And it looks fake, though. It looks cheap, though. That's why when I moved out of California, I said, man, I'm going to do everything I do practical. So I barely have to spend any money. And I can do it. I make the costumes. I make the gadgets. I make the effects. I do Batman stuff, man. I can throw the batarang and it'll go around the corner and hit a nigga in his head, Lucas. And it's really happening, though. It'll go around the corner and hit a nigga in his head. And it's really happening. The things I'm doing with these fight scenes, Lucas, I have a black belt in karate, black belt in judo, black belt in Muay Thai kickboxing, and a black sash in kung fu, but I also do African martial arts. I'm doing all the fight scenes myself, though. I made the dummies, though. So when we punch these guys, break their arms and their legs, and knock them off the building, it's going to be a dummy going off the building, Lucas. And knock them off the building. And it looks good.
How did you? What sparked you to get into as far as the areas that you're in, as far as business-wise?
Oh, as far as the movie stuff, well, I made a vampire movie in school with my friends when I was like 7 years old, though, Lucas. I made a vampire movie in school with my friends when I was like 7 years old. No one helped me do it. I just had my friend, I borrowed a camera from one of my aunts, and we filmed it. I wrote the script myself, though. Yep.
Lucas for president and Big Dog as vice
I
president.
wrote the script, so it only took 1 day for us to film the whole movie, though, Lucas.
No, because Big Dog would get me fucking assassinated.
So it only took 1 day for us to film the whole movie, though, Lucas. No, because Big Dog took 1 day for us to film the whole movie. One of the things that's now is if you have special skills, use them. Use them. And I'm in disagreement now with people that say we don't need a leader or the movement shouldn't have a leader. We do need a hero, though. Motherfuckers that don't stand up, they get beat down. Motherfuckers that don't stand up, they're too afraid, though. You can never be that afraid, though. The fear is stronger than what will actually happen to you. Fear is stronger than what will actually happen. You never give up, because it's like with your bodybuilding stuff you were doing, Mr. Olympus and stuff like that. That's important, man. And a lot of these people, most of these dudes, you look at how Roland Martin is, man, my dudes that were like my teachers, none of them are fat like that guy, man. That's outrageous, man. That motherfucker's built like a marble. I'm older than him and in way better shape than him. I never let myself go like that, Lucas, though. That's part of it. If you have a fit body, your mind will go with that, though. These guys be picking a lot of the wrong women, though. You know, you become who your mate is. I told one of my ex-girlfriends, I said, babe, I was out of shape because the bitches I was fucking were out of shape. I told one of my ex-girlfriends, I said, babe, I was out of shape because the bitches I was fucking were out of shape. That's no joke, Lucas. We can win all this. The whole thing is smart planning. You don't have to be like, these people worship white people and white Jesus and everything that isn't real to try to like kiss their asses and go, oh, now, can I be your friend now? You shouldn't be that desperate for friends, though. Now, can I be your friend now? You shouldn't be that desperate for friends, though. Yeah, that's too desperate, man. That's why these motherfuckers will only vote either Republican or Democrat and not independent, because they're letting other motherfuckers think for them. Democrat, not independent, because they're letting other motherfuckers think for them. They are. They're too scared though. They're not men in a way grown up enough to say, well, I need to make decisions for myself. In a way grown up enough to say, well, I need to make decisions for myself. I've made money off of the stuff I'm doing and didn't have to be a criminal. You know, these people that are in the government, they're worthless. They're just there for a check. Whether it's AOC that wants to be there until she's in a wheelchair, like that old other white bitch. That wants to be there until she's in a wheelchair, like that old other white bitch. That shit's crazy, man. They're worthless motherfucking individuals, because the first thing you do when you get in, you're there to help people. Man, I'd rather vote for Marion Barry to be the president instead of these motherfuckers. Man, I'd rather vote for Marion Barry to be the president instead of these motherfuckers. For real. At least he gave a fuck about black people, and you can tell. For real. At least he gave a fuck about black people, and you can tell. There's a difference between somebody that's only there for the money and will never help anybody. Man, these motherfuckers are so greedy, selfish, and fucked up. They're white, and they double-crossed all the white people in this country. They're white, and they double-crossed all the white people in this country. They're unworthy. Just like these other motherfuckers, we need to start lining these coons up to catch a quick fade though, and put a barbershop cut in the top of their head or some shit. And put a barbershop cut in the top of their head or some shit. That's for real though, because these guys, all right, what I can get money. I don't care about the rest of these niggas as long as I'm D.L. Hughley or Steve Harvey or Ricky Smiley and I got my money. The rest of y'all niggas can go get fucked. Ricky Smiley and I got my money. The rest of y'all niggas can go get fucked. That's how they are. Cause check it, no matter who wins or who loses, they still are paid though, and they're paid puppets. Who wins or who loses, they still are paid though, and they're paid puppets. They should never get down with that shit though, man. Man, when I went to some of these places, I looked at some of these rich boule dudes. I was like, man, y'all will never fucking be nothing, man. That money ain't anything. You can't take that shit with you. So you better get yourself right with God, motherfucker. And the thing is with the Democrats, one of the main things is anything goes with these motherfuckers, man. They'll try to force you to sleep with a man, and then when you say no, they try to sue you and say you're homophobic. Sleep with a man, and then when you say no, they try to sue you and say you're homophobic. Yeah. For real, man. They don't have a right to do that. No means no. For real, man. They don't have a right to do that. No means no. No joke, man. Hey, man, I'll get back with you, Lucas.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate the call.
All right.
Interesting. $347. What's the disagreement?
Hello.
Yes.
I was listening to you a week ago, and you have come to the conclusion that we should probably give Kamala Harris a try. So what I'm confused about is now you're saying that it doesn't really matter if it's Trump or Harris. And what I'm wondering is what made you change to saying that?
Well, the issue has to do with as far as with our literacy in politics, because if she wins and we don't learn anything from it, then it doesn't benefit us. I mean, it will benefit us by default, but as far as us becoming politically literate, we're still going to be in the same predicament.
Well, you know, I disagree. I don't think we'd be in the same predicament because, I mean, representation matters. I think you would agree. And we've never had a female president before, and we've never had a black female, more importantly. And I think for all the little girls out there, I mean, a lot of times, one of the reasons why black people don't necessarily aspire to anything greater is because they don't really think they don't get that opportunity. They really don't believe that anybody cares about us, that we matter. And I think seeing a black woman in particular, and she is black, by the way, become president, if nothing else, it would be very aspirational for all the young black females out there. Don't you agree?
I think those are the same talking points as many use for Barack Obama. All right.
And I think, and that's correct, because I'm saying, I mean, aren't you tired of seeing all these white faces as president? I mean, all the presidents were white until Obama, and now you've got Trump, who you got these black men out here saying we want to vote for Trump. Don't they notice this man will never pick a black person to be his vice president?
Why?
I mean, he never picks a black person. And you know why. We all know why he ain't going to pick no black person. And all those people tap dancing for him. You know the black Republicans have been doing that. They were all waiting in line, all singing his praises, all giving his talking points. But when it came time for him to pick a running mate, it wasn't them. And you're not surprised, and I'm not surprised. Say what you want about the Democratic Party. At least for appearance's sake, if nothing else, they have diversity. They will say, hey, give a black person a chance, give a white person a chance. Give a black person a chance, give a female a chance. Because so far we've had 2 female candidates for president on the Democratic side, and this is the second black person candidate for president. So I'm saying you can see the differences between the two parties. At least the Democratic Party pretends, if you want to believe that that's what it is, to care about representation and black people. And sometimes seeing a black face rise to the position of president will give a lot of people hope that maybe if that can change, maybe other things can change. And I'm sure you've seen this. So what I'm saying is that Donald Trump really recycling this man again, this man who had white supremacists show up to the Capitol on January 6th. This man had people there with nooses and with Confederate flags. Now, black people, come on now, you can't get down with that. So what I'm trying to say, if you gave Donald Trump a chance, why not give Kamala Harris a chance? Because we don't know what she will do. And I can promise you this much. She'd be more likely to listen to our concerns than Donald Trump would. That's for sure. So I don't understand how, if you have a dilemma, we've tried Trump before, we tried all these white presidents before, and none of them seem to really care. And you say even the Democrats don't really care either. None of them really seems to care what we're concerned about or care to give us things that would uplift the black community. Well, if you tried all of them, why not try her? And you believe that we should, after all of our ancestors bled and died for the right to vote, that we shouldn't sit on our behinds because we can't say anything if we don't participate in the vote. You know, we won't have anything that we can say because we didn't even vote. But at least if we vote for Kamala Harris, if she gets in there and then she don't want to do nothing for any of us, then at least we can complain, if nothing else. You know, because we can't say anything if we don't vote. So I was kind of surprised and happily surprised when I heard you saying that, okay, Trump, he messed up in various different ways, disappointed you in various different ways, that you definitely don't want to see him be president again. So why not give Kamala Harris a try? Because after all, like you said, we can hold her feet to the fire. Because think about this. Another difference between Donald and her is this will be Kamala's first time being voted in. So she has a reason to fear because she wants to be reelected. Donald Trump couldn't be reelected if he wanted to. He would have to do what Project 2025 says is,
I agree with what you're saying. I think what I was advocating for would be of organizing when it comes to the political area. That's what I would want, as far as people to organize so that the moment in time, let's say she doesn't do what she says she's going to do, that we're organized enough to get her out of the office.
Okay. So did you discourage coming through believing and feeling from some of the callers that you get? Because I know some of these callers are very aggravating and it's very discouraging. So you beginning to believe that Black people will never organize anyway, so it doesn't really matter?
I think the issue is not as far as with organizing per se, because we organize on, in a variety of areas. The issue as far as to organize politically, I think that's something that has yet to take place in the years that I've been, alive. I just haven't seen it to where we've actually had an impact. That's why we get as far as people say, Democrats haven't done anything for us all these years or whatnot, because partially we're ignorant. And then the other point is, there's no ask.
Well, it's that, and also I'm glad you brought it up about a lot of it is ignorance. Because, for instance, a lot of Black people don't realize that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, this is something that Democrats, including Biden and Harris, put on the table, and it was the Republicans that blocked it. Also, you had the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which benefit Black people because they're the ones who are usually disenfranchised. That was also put on the table by Biden and by Harris, and it was Republicans that blocked it. So if we could get, and it's possible because it happened for Obama the first time he was elected. And if the same excitement continues that we see now for Harris, then she might actually get a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate. And if you get both of those things along with Harris, we could actually pass those two acts that would greatly benefit Black people, especially the George Floyd Policing Act. But you're never going to get that from the GOP. Donald Trump is never even going to.
I 100% agree. But in order to get that right, we have to mobilize and organize. That's the thing.
Okay. But, you do realize that if she became president, we could always organize after she's president. We don't have to wait.
That's where I disagree. I think that many of us have established habits and patterns that aren't going to change upon her being president. So I would like those habits and the patterns to change before she gets into the Oval Office.
Okay. But would your vote possibly for Harris be contingent upon that happening? Or would
no,
you
absolutely
consider...
not. I mean, it would be icing on the cake. But I do believe that if we don't organize and mobilize during this election, then we're going to be, absolutely extinct come the next
Lucas, I've been watching you for a while. You can't possibly seriously believe that it really doesn't matter if it's Trump or in this case Harris.
No, I believe that it does matter as far as, because we win by default in many cases when it comes to Kamala Harris. The thing is, it's the difference between you actually earning the victory and you winning because someone quit.
Well,
if that makes sense. So I'd rather us earn this W as opposed to us just winning by default.
And you think if we haven't asked for anything, if we haven't organized and spoken to her and got certain guarantees of sorts, that we'd be winning by default.
Yes. That even if she does speak favorable of reparations or certain Black grievances that she wants to address, that if we are not organized and be able to mobilize, that upon her not doing it or fulfilling it, we're not going to have any means to have our voices heard. That's the issue.
Yeah.
But do I think she's a better candidate for us? 100%.
I'm curious. Did you watch any parts of the Democratic convention?
I saw clips and snippets, but it didn't really interest me because I already.
Did you? Well, please tell me you at least saw Kamala Harris's speech.
No.
Oh, you should watch it. I mean, it was compelling. What I'm trying to say is that, I mean, listen, I wanted her, of course, to win, but I didn't realize that she not only was capable of being such an orator, she sounded so presidential and she hit so many points that people didn't expect her to hit, such as on foreign policy. You guys watch it one of these times, Lucas. You would really be amazed. Now, of course, she could be full of it. Any candidate could be full of it.
Yeah.
But you will be amazed if you watch that speech. And I think you might like, because you would be more convinced that she has a really good chance of winning. Because I think a lot of people watched that speech and changed their mind because they thought of her as weak.
I agree. I think there's
female,
definitely that speech that she gave definitely did change some minds, and people made videos about it. For me, it's just preaching to the choir for me.
Oh, but see, I value your opinions. I really would love for you to critique the speech, even if you say something I don't agree with. So I'm dying for you one of these days to watch it and then tell us what you thought.
I'll check it out and see what I think.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to say before I go. This stuff, these black men that be calling on your show, they be getting on my nerves. It's like, what the hell? I mean, what is it about Trump that they like, for God's sake? This man.
I think they don't like Trump. I think they just dislike Kamala Harris, and I think many of that has to stem with the hatred for black women. That's my honest take from the issues that many of these black men have been saying. I just think that they have an issue with their mother. Their mother is usually stems from the household or their engagement with black women. I think that's what it has to do with. So when they see a Kamala Harris,
don't they realize that Donald Trump, he's in cahoots with the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys.
I don't think that they care.
Black man.
Like I said, I think they don't like her because she's a black woman. Mm-hmm. So once again, that would reinforce certain stereotypes that have plagued black men since slavery, of putting black women in positions of power or authority to emasculate black men. So I think a lot of that is hitting a lot of black men a little close to home.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider that some of them would like to say she's not even black, which is crazy because they've been practically worshiping Bob Marley all these years, and he's black because he's Jamaican. He certainly is an American. So they don't believe Bob Marley's black either, because you can't say that she's not black and then say that he is, because they're both black.
I don't disagree. Like I said, I think a lot of it is illogical, but I think they're willing to adopt certain white supremacist talking points simply due to their hatred of this black woman. I think that's what it boils down to. So they're willing to chop off their nose to spite their face or whatever it is.
That makes me want to cry, Lucas. That is so sad to think that you want to deny the first black female. You've already had a black male, whether you appreciated his presidency or not. The presidency, because your deep-seated, deep-rooted issues with black women. Because not all black women are the same.
Well, I mean, that's always been the case. Dominant society or those in power have always used our fears and our pain to their benefit. So now they're just mobilizing and weaponizing, black men, to their benefit.
What about their mothers, though? What about their mothers? What about their little girls?
Well, like I said, they have issues with their mothers. So that manifests
and their little
itself.
Girls? What about their daughters?
I don't know. I can't speak on that. But in many cases, it manifests itself in a hatred of black women.
That's crazy. But I got to tell you, though, one thing you should note, though, a lot of the black men you're calling and say these things, they definitely are in the minority, and you'll see that on election day.
I agree as well, 100%. I agree as well. They just come off as the vocal majority. That's what it seems like. Or the vocal minority. But if you go back in the day, Lucas, a lot of these people were fans of yours back in the days when you was an avid Trump supporter. So you had a lot of right-leaning people or Trump
leaning people who remember those days. So you get a lot of those people who are still on the Trump train, and they resent the fact that you kind of jumped off the Trump train.
I agree. I think
Not
Trump
saying
has
that you're-
jumped off the Trump train because a lot of stuff that he said in
certainly
2016 is not what he's promoting in 2024. So I think it's become more of a cult than this person who is standing on principle. So it's sad
And you're absolutely
from a lot of ways.
right.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you recognize that, because a lot of them don't seem to. And this makes me so mad every time I hear these deep, grovelly black men voices come on this air talking about some Trump this and Trump that. Half of them don't even know the issues. Half of them don't even know what Kamala Harris stands for or what Trump stands for. They're just following the crowd. It seems like if their black buddies are saying Trump, and that's who they want to go for, Trump. And it's almost just despite the Kamala Harris, because even when Biden was the nominee, they was all, well, I'm not voting for Biden, I'm voting for Trump. Their excuse then was that Biden's crazy, the Democrats ain't do nothing for black people.
Yeah.
And my counter would be, well, listen, Republicans ain't doing nothing for black people either. So you got to ask yourself, if any one of these two would listen to me and actually take what I'm saying under consideration, who would it most likely be? And in this case, obviously, because Kamala's new at this and she's hoping for re-election, as you pointed out once before, she'd be more likely to at least pretend to listen to you than Trump
Yeah,
would.
I think there's
So
just a lot of ignorant, vocal people, unfortunately. And this is always the case during every election, it seems. It just seems that it's been a bit rampant during this election. But yeah, these people, they're meaningless because the majority of them don't vote. So when they say they're not going to vote, well, you don't vote anyway. So it's just I think it's a bunch of COINTELPRO or just chaos, agents of chaos who just want to cause disturbance during the election.
Well, it's one thing I can tell you that your female listeners and probably your male listeners too have noticed is that you are in shape. And I just sometimes wish you can come through the phone and just punch some of these black men out. I can't stand these people. They be calling in and they be like so adamant about what they're saying. They don't even know what they're talking about. And it's really embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing when you think these are the men that are representing the race. And it's horrible. But listen, do me a favor. I'm getting off now. I want to say thank you for listening to me, but please just listen to that speech, and I'd love to hear you critique it on the air, just to hear what you have to say about it.
All right, yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, Lucas. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. I gotta hear the speech now. Now I gotta hear the speech. Gotta see what's going on. But yeah, this is a document. It's a really good document. I love when people do stuff like this because I'm too lazy to do it. Frederick Little says, I'm curious how you and the chat think the election will go at the current stage in time. I think that white Republicans are going to lose their fucking mind. And they're going to harass those who are counting the votes. I think there's obviously going to be... I think we're going to get a repeat of January 6th in many cases. Very much so. But when people say, what did Kamala Harris do? I mean, I think that many Democrats, especially when it comes to Kamala Harris or the Biden Kamala, they're really bad at marketing. One thing that Republicans beat Democrats at is marketing when it comes to their achievements or accomplishes, right? Trump will say, hey, he gave everybody, right? He even put his name on the fucking check. He put his name on the check. And he will say, hey, I cured fucking cancer. I'm the one that cured COVID and all this. Whether it's true or not, he puts it out there, right? He puts it out there. So that's what something Democrats have got to fix and change moving forward. So when it comes to safe and affordable housing, Senator Kamala Harris and Representative Maxine Waters proposed bill to invest $100 billion in affordable housing. Reintroduces Rent Relief Act to address the rising cost of rents afflicting low-income households. And all of these have links to the articles, right? You click on it. 2019. So you go down this, introduce the LIFT, Livable Income for Families Today, the Middle Class Act, to provide middle class and working families with a tax credit to address the rising cost of living. Harris revives tax credit push to help people pay for housing costs. Vice President Kamala Harris is helping to expand and increase affordable housing. And it goes through immigration policy. Senator Kamala Harris kept DACA recipients front and center and successfully pushed the Democratic Party to fight for their rights. Was the first senator to announce she would vote against any spending deal that did not include DACA. So she's been for DACA. Goes down a list of her accomplishments and what they have. Lowering prescription drug costs. Harris won $46 million for California for illegal marketing. Oh shit, I didn't even know that. Attorney General Kamala Harris joins nationwide $3 billion settlement with GlaxoSmithKline to resolve fraud allegations. So these are just all the things that she's accomplished. So when you hear Negroes talking about what's her policy, what's she done? I've thought about making like a page for this, just a resource page for like reparations and stuff like that. I remember I talked to you guys about it, but this is a list of things when you come across these fucking ignorants. Where can we find this? I'm gonna link it with you right now. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. I should put it behind a paywall. That's what I should do. Class action lawsuit falls under the first state who filed. The other states just added to it. Okay, and that's great that they added to it. It makes the lawsuit stronger. Immigration policy, LGBT rights, if that's what you're into. Democracy and functioning government. Kamala Harris, Attorney General, has fought for transparency in politics by attempting to make the Koch brothers reveal the names of donors who contributed more than $5,000 to their Americans for Prosperity Foundation. Harris uses in UN speech to champion women's role in democracy, voting rights. Co-sponsor John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. I think this is what the Democrats should do. They should definitely do this. Hopefully I'm trying to find the link where I got this. Because they keep it updated, just to keep it updated. I think the person who created this will keep it updated. But yeah. It's just good to know what's going on. When people say, hey, they haven't done anything. Did they not do anything? I think they just need to be better at vocalizing what they've done. Now, of course, people will be like, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that. Okay, that's fine.
Welcome to the amazing art.
You don't have to agree with it, but to say that nothing has happened is fucking crazy. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So, yes. 100%. Now, this goes back to as far as having an agenda. The issue when it comes to a black agenda is that slowly becomes a pipe dream. And the reason why it has to do with as far as our demographics and the fact that we have no political standing. All the political entities that are for us, they own. They created. Okay? So it's a little hard to say, well, I'm gonna call the NAACP. Yeah, we own that, Negro. We already get the money from the NAACP. Now what? That's why it's important to take over some of these places that we don't like and be like, yo, get these mofos out of here. That's why I'm talking about political advocacy is important. Political action, we'll say. Political action. Because simply just complaining about it doesn't change anything. Unfortunately. You can complain about the NAACP not doing anything, but until you join the NAACP and see what the fuck is going on behind closed doors, you're always going to be in a position of begging. That's it. Like when it comes to reparations. This is a beg, right? Because you can't demand. I always find it humorous when I hear these goofballs talk about, we not begging, we demanding. Well, in order to demand it, you have to have some type of leverage, right? I can't go into McDonald's and be like, I demand a quarter pounder. Right? Because you have no leverage. Why am I going to give you a quarter pounder? I know you demanded it, but why am I going to give you that? Now, there are various ways of leverage. You can go in there and be like, hey, motherfucker, make me a quarter pounder with cheese. Now you have leverage, right? Now you got some leverage. So we got to find out what the leverage is that in the political arena. That's what it has to deal with. And one of the main things is being able to mobilize and organize. One thing that makes TPUSA and many of those organizations powerful is that they can mobilize and organize. That's what makes it powerful. Okay? That's why people give money to them. Because like, okay, you can get an audience in front of me. Right? You can get a crowd of a bunch of young kids which donors like. Okay, because those are voters. That's money right there. Problem comes into play is when you don't have enough people, bro. Or your vote is diluted. It's not as powerful as it used to be. So we'll go into the border policy, I guess, tomorrow, and Kamala Harris's speech. Lucas, will your family member vote for Kamala or just you? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But those are my thoughts. I refrain the right to be wrong and to change my opinion upon attaining new information. I always find it funny when people are like, oh, you didn't believe that? Yeah, because that's called a fucking thinking person, right? If you still believe everything you believed when you were a fucking child, or even 6 years ago, then chances are you're a fucking idiot. You should always be as far as challenging as far as your beliefs. So I always find it funny. I think that's one of the main reasons that we're in this predicament. We have outdated thinking. Frederick says, question for you in the chat. If Kamala wins in November, do you think we'll have another January 6th storm, but potentially even worse? Yes. I think it's going to escalate during when they're counting votes. Because one thing you have to understand, the issue is not the people. The issue is really never the people, to be honest with you. The issue is never the people. Those people at January 6th, they're not to blame. They're not to blame. The people who are to blame is Fox News. That's why they got sued, right? The people who are to blame is Tucker Carlson. That's why he got fired. The people who are to blame are the people who gaslight those people. Because if you want to tell a group of Americans, say, hey, that they're stealing a fucking election, if you're a red-blooded American and you genuinely believe that, what the fuck do you think you're going to do? They're stealing an election? They can't do that. I have every right as American to storm in here. So the issue is not, these harmless, these intellectual, I don't know what to call them, but these useful sheep, right? The issue is not them. The issue are the people who are purposely spreading misinformation under the guise of asking questions or free speech. That's the issue. The issue are those who abuse our rights to the detriment of the country. That's where the issue resides, in my opinion. Because those people, they don't mean any harm, but they're dumb. They're dumb. So, do you blame the person who's dumb, or do you blame the person who is exploiting the dumb person? I would blame the person who's exploiting the dumb person. I would blame the Steven Crowders and the rest of them. I think they should be banned. That's what I think. I think they should be banned and removed from having a platform. It's as simple as that, because they are not a good to the country. They're not even a good to the people that they're talking to. So that's why we can't have nice things, because there's too many people who spread misinformation. It's disinformation. They know what they're saying is lies, and they spread it anyway. That's some sick shit. That's sick. So I don't know, man, because I think most Americans agree on a litany of things. That's the funny part. When it comes to Democrat, Republican, I think if you sat down your average Republican and average Democrat and an independent, they would agree, I would argue, on probably 90%. 90% of things. That's the funny part. That is truly the fucking funny part. Is that when you actually talk to people outside of their echo chambers, right? Because you can get people to do stupid stuff in a group. 100%. If you've ever been a part of any frat or anything, you know mofos with that social proof, they will do some stupid shit. But if you get people one-on-one, even when it comes to women, a woman will be fucking a different person around her friends. A different person. You break her off from the pack and you're like, yo, you're not like them. This isn't you. Why are you acting like that? Well, she's just having fun, you know. So that's what I believe, genuinely. That's what I believe. And that's what I've experienced, 100%. But as long as we have these propagandists, bro, and that's because we don't have news, we have propaganda. And it's culminated to a point where it's reaching the apex. It's reaching the apex. At all this time of purposely spreading fucking division, misinformation. Hey, this person's a Marxist. They want communism. Hey, this person's Hitler. That it's reaching a boiling point. So, and it's coming back to bite a lot of people in the butt. But we will see, bro. We will see. Like I said, I don't think it's the person who listens to the pundit as much as it is the pundit who knows better. That's what I think. Now, the people who broke in and did the crime, 100% they should be punished. But they should be punished a lesser degree than the person who has purposely been feeding them disinformation after disinformation after lie after lie. That's what I think. Frederick Little says, I think the purge might become reality. I don't think anything that extreme. But I do think that these people are going to lose their fucking minds. I absolutely do. And he's already priming it for a disaster. Trump's already priming it, talking about, if we have a fair election, then yeah, I'll win. He's already priming it. So, I mean, we'll see. Purge, you say I'm ready. No. I don't think a purge is going to do it's not going to be a benefit to anybody. I don't think it'll be a benefit to anybody. But I do think there's going to be some political violence. 100%. 100%. Because it's natural. That's what I'm saying. It's the only conclusion. The only conclusion. It'd be like saying, hey, America is under attack. It'd be like, hey, we were just bombed by, I don't know, fucking Iran or something. If that's genuinely what you believe, then you have no choice but to go to war. Just is what it is. So, perception is reality, unfortunately. So you just got to be careful of not necessarily what you believe, but what other people believe. That's the problem. You can be like, I'm voting for Trump, and this is why I'm voting for Trump, or you can be like, I'm voting for Kamala, and this is why I'm voting for Kamala. The issue isn't you. The issue are the fucking idiots around you. That's always the issue. So, anyways, that's the stream. We'll see if we can start early. I was planning on starting early today, but we had an issue with the game. So game has to come first. Everyone, take care. Stay safe. Be amazing. I will catch y'all mañana.